Hello.
Oh my gosh, give me a countdown.
3, 2, 1. You're
Hi.
live.
I'm already
I
live.
know. I gotta turn off that sea. It's blocking my face.
A beautiful face.
Where's my logo?
Surprise, Mrs. Clossi is here today.
All right. We still have like another 9 minutes, but all right. All right. All right. All right. Hello, Adam, Anaya, Anaya. I think it's Anaya. Hello, Adam. Oh, you're on. You're Adam Jacob and Adam Anaya. Okay.
Which one is which?
This one's Twitch.
Okay.
This one is YouTube.
Neat.
Okay. All right, all right, all right. You're not too tall. You're actually really good at a really good height on the camera.
Yeah, when I slept. When I do the thing the doctor told me I have to do, my head's out.
You need to do the thing the doctor told you to do.
No, but I look better here.
Fine, I'll raise the camera.
It's fine.
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I wonder if people know that I'm live, because I know I told a lot of people that I was taking a break from streaming.
Definitely do.
Yeah, do the thing the doctor said.
Yeah, it's the thing. If I do it, then Sean will have to not stream.
Yeah, you gotta take care of yourself so I can stream again. All right. We're still waiting for people to join. But do we have a 15? Bless you, Pikachu. Lower the chair. We can't figure out how to lower it.
This
Oh, there it
one's
is.
not
Hold on. It was hiding behind Baltimore's signal. There it goes. I looked for it over there. It's directly across over here, so I didn't see it.
Thank you.
Yeah, she has a really cute sneeze.
My nose is itchy.
You want to see something cute?
Mm.
Pika.
Not the sneeze button.
It's Pikachu. She is a Pikachu. All right, we need a 15Q to 10Q volunteer, and they're gonna play Mrs. Clausius.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be great. What could go wrong?
Burton is currently trying to run through which thing is the worst thing.
Oh man. Half my viewers are gone. They all think I'm not here.
Somebody said, ah! Oh, never mind. Ah, that makes sense. Thought somebody was excited about you. Dang it.
Not quite. Not quite, not quite. Oh man. Yeah, half the viewers are gone. It's unfortunate. But gotta take care of the wife. Gotta take care of the wife. Do we have any 15 to 10 Qs in either of the chats? Everyone's so quiet. It says we have 20 viewers and only one person's talking. I'm like, hi.
How do you see how many you have for YouTube?
YouTube is 2. YouTube we have 2. Twitch we have 20. But it's okay. YouTube's still small and growing.
Is this on your weird new channel?
Yep.
Do they know that it's your weird new channel?
Considering I was streaming for the last 2 weeks before I had to take off.
Fair.
Yes. Usually we're in the like 30s or something, 30s or 40s. But it's okay. It's okay. I did make an announcement that I was stopping most of my streams. So the people are probably not tuning in at the moment. I'll have to like rebuild that. Do I need a Pokeball? Might just have you play a rated game if we can't find a volunteer.
On my mine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can't find a volunteer, I might just have you play a rated game. But hello everyone. Hope everyone is doing good. Driving with your daughter. Just pray for you. Good luck with that. But yeah, have a blast. Have fun with this life adventure. I'm sure this is like one of the things parents both look forward to and are dreading.
Probably.
Yeah. I don't want to think about I just want a baby right now. I don't want to think about my kid driving it because that means their childhood is going away. That would stress me out.
We're not even
Oh, nice.
pregnant yet.
Nice. I know, we're not even pregnant. I'm already stressing about them not being a child. Like, I want to enjoy their childhood. I say that, but once I have that baby and I lose all of my sleep.
I'm feeling very old.
Once I start losing my sleep, it's probably going to be like the cats. They're cute, or the idea of them is cute. But once they start interrupting my sleep and scratching me and spitting up on me and doing all those mean things, then maybe they won't be so cute anymore.
Oh, wow. Third kid to learn to drive.
Oh, nice. Fun. Well, good luck. Have a great day. Buy her an ice cream if she likes ice cream, or a cookie or cake. I don't know. Whatever.
Sean's favorite thing to do to make people happy is give them treats.
I love giving treats. Okay, I buy her cookies all the time. One more left. Oof. All right. I'm not seeing anyone else in chat like at all. Like no one else is chatting, so we're probably just gonna play a rated game. Buy you treats. All right. So let's go ahead and switch your account. Switch to your account.
You're gonna have to change Windows so I can log in, right? Or just do that, apparently. Neither. Well, no, just sign in. Sign in.
I do that.
Use another account.
Hold on. Let me.
That's what I was saying.
Let me hide this before you start typing out passwords. That's what I was trying to avoid.
Oh wait, there it is. Hang on.
Ooh, we do have a volunteer that's a 10Q. Do you want to play a 10Q?
I will lose. That's neat.
What?
It just sent it to my phone and I clicked it.
Yes. You have to click it in the email.
No, it's not in the email. It like literally sent it to the phone.
You have to click the number in the email. No, you open your email, Kara.
Sean, it does not say email. It literally sent it to my phone. On the notification. But the notification, like, I tried to click it to make it bigger and it disappeared. Can they send it again? Tap yes on your phone or tap plus. It's a figure.
It's a figurine, it looks like, from something.
For Demon Slayer.
It's a figurine.
Oh, so what's the thing with the mouth? She's a demon, so if she bites people, they also turn into demons. So she wears that so she doesn't bite people. See? And I just hit yes.
And then you tap the number.
Which is now that one.
Uh-huh. There you go.
I told you, it's not my email. It's a literal phone notification.
Now do it again. It says do it again. You took too long, I guess.
It's because I was explaining to Mom what that was. And why it was not sexual.
Okay. You don't have a rank. This is the wrong account.
It's the wrong freaking Google.
Log out. Let's try it again.
Should I use my
Sign in. Is it Mrs. underscore Clausius or Mrs. dot Clausius?
Underscore is the new one.
Type in your password.
It's trying to sign in with the wrong Google. It's the right one.
Oh dear, we're going through this process again. Oh man. Okay, OGS's login system and verification crap is going weird, apparently. Because it won't let you
That's an entirely new account.
Yeah, it just created an account instead of logging you into your old one. Forget it. We'll just stay on my account. Wonder if that one worked. Nope.
Well, you always have
Apparently, why is it auto making us use Google?
I always use Google.
No, it's making us use Google.
Yes, but I usually use Google to log in.
I don't even need Google to log in. I can just log in. Okay, whatever. We have a 10Q volunteer.
Hi.
See you, Adam Anaya.
But this is technically 4 to 10Q, so I guess it's fine.
Yeah, it's 15Q to 10Q. Yeah, what's your username? Melchizedek. I got it. Alrighty. Melchi. Okay. Ooh, Ben. Hello, Ben. Are you 10Q on 9x9 or 10Q on 19x19? That's a big difference. Because we're going to be playing 19x19. Is that okay? All right. So we're going to challenge, and then we're going to pause the game. I was like, Austin, shut up. We're going to send a challenge, then we're going to pause the game. We'll just do random.
Somebody's got goop emojis.
Random. Disable analysis. Handicap, none. Comey is going to be 6.5. This will not be ranked. This will be Clossi Approach Series. Yes. Okay, so we're going to send a challenge, and when you accept, we're going to pause the game and go over some stuff. And then we will... Yeah. Okay.
Thanks for the follow, unit.
Okay, so you're going to be white. All right, here's what we've gone over so far. Let me... Clossi.live/Clossi approach. Okay. Oh, we can't see the ODS. Boom. There we go. Okay, so far we have walked through this at the double-digit Q level. So what that means is for do I have weakness, we talked about making a base and running away, and you just prioritize that. So let's just start with the opening. You don't have weakness, so you go for the empty corners, and then empty sides. An empty side is a side that does not have an approach, an enclosure, or an extension. So nothing's been on it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then we have weak groups in the opening as well, which means if they approach your stone, when your stone is next to their stone, you play defense, and then you choose usually a Joseki. Your Joseki, it's more important to choose the direction of play first, then you choose the Joseki. So, for example, if the open side was the left and they approached you on the left, then you would play a Joseki that goes on the left, be it Pincer or Night Sweep or whatever. If they approach you from the wrong side, then play Joseki that goes to the right, the bigger side. Okay, so that's Joseki direction. And then from there, you just play Josekis that you know, or simple Josekis. And that's pretty much the opening. It's just open corners, open sides. after that, you're gonna go. Yeah, he has a lot of powder on his stuff.
I'm not prepared to inhale it. I apologize.
So in the middle game, we're gonna really focus on these two weaknesses things. Okay.
Yeah.
If you have a weakness, you need a base and you need to run away. However, from 17Q down to 15Q, we talked about attacking timing. Are you eating popcorn? Or are you paying attention?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked about attack timing from 17Q to 15Q, which means once you're strong, attack your opponent. That means take their base if they're near you and they don't have one, surround baseless things, and then don't lose Sente. Make sense?
That last one I suck at.
Yeah,
But
don't lose Sente when you attack. Okay, and then it's just be consistent with your direction. From there, if there's no weak groups, it's just largest framework. Reduce or invade it, or build it. If it's yours. If it's yours, just build it. If it's theirs, reduce or invade it. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And what is your Yosei stuff?
Second line moves first, then first line moves. Then whatever's the biggest after that.
Mm-hmm. Sente.
Mm-hmm.
Sente is important.
Sente is God in Yosei.
Okay. And when does Yosei start?
When all quadrants except for like one are like
When the
worked
last
out.
section is smaller than one center quadrant.
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
That's your refresher. You ready? All right.
It's been like 3 months.
Have a good game. Oh. One last thing. Most important thing in middle game.
Don't die.
Yeah. Cutting points. Don't forget your cutting points.
Don't die.
There's 2 things to read at double digit Q. What are they?
Cuts and liberties.
Cuts and life and death. Life and death happens when you get something completely surrounded. It's a life and death problem. Cuts and life and death is the only 2 things you have to read. Everything else, just stick to the basics. Please don't get like popcorn all over my keyboard and mouse and everything else. Just please stop eating popcorn and play the game. Eating on stream is usually not advised. Or I try not to do it anyway. Okay. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Have a good game. And hopefully, Melchi, are you ready?
Amen.
All
Center
right.
of the universe.
Let's go. You are white. There you are. You have the mouse. You have the power.
Not very good mouse.
What do you mean?
Or maybe it's too good and it's like yeeting off the screen, but it's above the
If you want to lower the here,
well, like
that lowers the speed of the mouse movement.
that's
better?
much better.
Okay, so you like 3, I like 4.
Trying to remember posture so that we
Yes,
don't keep
posture.
Clossi from streaming forever.
Posture is
Miss
important.
Donna is trying to call me. It's a work thing.
It's a work thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right in the middle of the video of all times, you have the entire day to be called. Okay,
I got you.
hold on. Of all times, you can't work with unprofessionals, man. These
All right.
non-professionals.
All right, I'm filling in for the time being.
These non-professionals
Hello.
just being on their phones during the stream. This thing is hooked up to my chair.
I'm here now.
Starting to regret having a guest appearance by Mrs. Clossi in the Clossi purchasing. I'm gonna have to edit all of this now. I never have to edit because I just start and go, and I don't get interrupted usually. Now I'm gonna have to edit this.
Fair enough.
What was it?
Somebody's gonna be late, but they didn't have breakfast number, so I told them to call the store. So they didn't know I was at work today.
Ready? Okay.
My apologies.
You have to edit all of that out now. It's okay.
You have to do actual editing.
I know I have to do actual work.
Is this sweet tea or water?
That's
before I
sweet tea.
drink it? Okay.
Watery sweet tea. All right. Hello, fallen poet. So you should talk through your moves, as a streamer should.
I thought you were talking. I'm just playing moves.
If I talked, you would win.
But I want to win.
Huh?
But I want to win.
Talk through your Clossi
Okay.
approach. Talk through your Clossi approach.
Okay. So the goal with this move is to try to keep him from getting a big old base on this side. And then this move is to connect this stone back this way so it doesn't die.
Okay.
But my thought process is significantly less refined with ghost stuff than yours is.
I mean, that's the point of practicing. Yeah, talking
That's
through.
probably smart.
Yeah. Hand off the mouse when you're reading.
What?
Hand off the mouse when you're reading.
Oh, I'm not reading. I'm just thinking.
What? What are you thinking? If you're not reading, I don't understand. Hand off the mouse when you're doing anything in your brain. What? What are you doing? What are you thinking about?
What's better, cut him off or connect? And I'm going to
Okay, you
connect.
have to.
I know traditionally you're supposed to read to come to the conclusion of that
It's the
answer.
only. It's the only thing you read is cutting points in life and death. Yes.
Listen, I am not too bright at this game.
Did you read your cutting points?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Some fast reading right there.
Try cursory.
What?
Boop, boop. Okay.
No! Visualize the stones, count the liberties. Does the cut work? Yes or no? Oh my gosh, you're stressing me out. Do you think that way when we play together at like Boolins and stuff? Back up. Posture. Posture check. Keep her posture going, guys. Her posture is like doctor's orders. She has to fix her posture. Clossi approach. What are you thinking about?
What's better, to expand this way or to make sure he can't come in here? And I'm going to keep him out that way. So now if he tries to come between these two stones, he just dies.
We need posture check again.
Well, I think I might have taken it off because I didn't need it, and now that you're streaming, I need it. Okay, so I'm putting the Clossi approach up on your left screen right here. I want you to tell me where you're at. So, are you at weakness? Your weakness, their weakness, or big move?
Currently, the first two simultaneously.
The first two simultaneously. We are not single digit Q. You pick one.
Okay.
It's important, okay? Habits are important.
Classy approach, I will focus on my weakness.
Yes.
But he's
Single
going to
purpose.
get a ridiculous citrus
Single
if I do
purpose
that.
single purpose at double digit Q. It's more effective. Trust the process.
Look at
Stop looking at the middle if you're weak. Nothing's important. Looking at the middle when you're weak is how you die.
I don't think I'm weak
Because
anymore.
you're watching someone make money while you're dying over here. That's not a good idea. Just focus on the fact that you're dying, okay? All right. Are you good on defense?
think so.
Okay.
Like, it will take him playing another move for me to need to play anything urgently.
Okay. Now what?
I need more points. Big move. Because the only real weakness that maybe this one's a weakness.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask a question.
So if you're at his weakness, are you at step 1 or step 2?
Instead, will take the base.
So step 1.
Yes.
Okay. Got to go through that process every turn.
So how do you make a posture check points redeem button?
I would have to like do it on the dashboard and interrupt the game, and I just don't want to.
Can we just say for the rest of this stream?
No, if they just say posture check, you have to do it. They don't have to redeem it. They can just say it.
Fine.
Yeah, she has to take Wednesdays off so I can stream this because I have to like drive her around and do everything for her.
Yep. Which is
So
why he's not
I made her
supposed to
take
do this.
Wednesdays off so I could do this. And I was like, hey, since you're off, you can join me.
I'm
Okay.
just here.
Okay.
Where are you at?
So still his weakness. It doesn't have a base, and now where it's around. Which I'm gonna go here. So that we have some blockage so I can't run away that way either. You're trying really hard not to react to anything I say. You have a bad poker face about having a poker face. That makes sense? You're just like, I'm clearly having thoughts, but you don't know what they are. But I'm clearly thinking things.
2 plus 2 is 4. 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 2 plus 2 is... That's what I'm thinking.
The box.
Oh.
That's so cute. The cat in a box.
There's a Go game. Where are you at the Clossi approach?
Kind of back to my weakness, I think.
That's an important question. Yes or no? No, I think. Yes
Okay.
or no?
If I go here,
There is no I think on the flowchart. Or maybe or probably. There is a yes or a no on that flowchart.
what if I don't know?
You have to pick one. Yes or no.
Okay. If I go here to
Are we...
focus on his
No.
weakness-
Where are we at on the flowchart first?
I'm trying to figure out if I'm weak or not. Fine. Stick with step 1. Yes, maybe I'm possibly weak, so I'm going to fix it in case. We're sticking with the flowchart.
What defines weakness?
Not attached, no eyes.
Not quite. Weakness is a stone or group of stones that that does not have a base, and that is near your opponent's stones or their cutting stones.
Not attached, no eyes. That one was just to mess with you. Love you.
Love you too. Okay, where are you at?
Okay. Back to his weakness. We need to make sure this stays dead.
Dead. We're killing?
Apparently not. Weak, whatever.
Weak is much different than dead. It's a very important distinction. Yes, there's motion sensor lights. That's why I have these lights. You see, we look great. You're playing really fast.
For you or for me?
Yes. Where are you at in the Clossi approach?
Still his weakness.
Where are you at in his weakness?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, holy crap. Thank you, Villicom.
Thank you.
Do you want Cracker Barrel tonight? Oh crap, that actually messed up our donation goal a little bit. It's okay.
No such thing.
What do you mean, no such thing?
Any donations? What do you mean messed up our donations?
Well, I had the donation goal for the
broken
Raspberry
donations.
Pi 4 kit. And now we met the goal, but we also have to go out to dinner. So you get to pick dinner date.
Yay!
for the handicap girl. Okay, but where are you at? Are you at taking the base? Are you at surrounding? Are you at reduce ice base or vital point?
Sort of surrounding, sort of. I guess it would be surrounding, because he's not completely surrounded, because he's got space down here.
Okay. Does that move surround? Does
I'm reading.
you sure you're not thinking? Are you actually reading or are you thinking? Which one is it, Kara?
Yes.
Can you get me water, please?
Thank you.
Are you putting too much pressure on it?
I think it's just bent for too long. It's just like, nah.
Lift it up. Put it in my lap. There you go.
Something's attached.
Watch my knee.
Something's attached to my foot.
Okay.
You're gonna
Everyone's crippled
electrocute
today.
me.
Focus on the go game. You know, there's a story of a professional Go player. Like, I don't know if he's quote unquote professional. I don't know if professional status existed, but there's a story of a Go player. He had a sword wound. I think it was on his arm. I don't know if I remember that perfectly, but he had a sword wound, and the doctor had to stitch it up. And he said, "All right, you stitch it up. I'm going to play Go." And he played Go with the other guy. And at the end of it, the doctor said, "Wow, how did you deal with the pain of getting your arms, getting the sword wound stitched up?" He's like, "I was so enthralled in the Go game that I just didn't even feel it." Do that. Your knee, it's busted. Focus on the Go game. It will not hurt if you're just so enthralled with the Go game.
See, I tend to be the other way around. I try to think about things, and pain is so distracting. I can't focus.
Or you're not focusing hard enough, and that's why you feel pain. Okay, are you at step 3 or?
Still reducing ice space.
Okay, so you're not surrounding anymore. You're reducing ice space. Yes.
Yes.
Is this move connected?
Well, if he goes here, then
Okay.
I go here. And then
Okay.
if he goes there, then he dies. So yes.
Okay. Make sure you're just reading those cutting points. Reading those cutting points. Reading those cutting points. Very, very, very important. Stay on camera. Posture check.
It's hard to sit up straight when my leg is up this high.
Well, I'm
You're
trying.
tall.
I can't lower this one anymore. I'm
It's
just.
okay. I
I'm
just
trying.
needed to unbend it from where it was.
Okay. Your leg okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, she literally, her leg is, like, literally dying. So,
It's not okay. Dying is a poor choice of words.
fine. It's
It's like a stress
coming
ball.
apart.
That's fair. It's like a stress ball, like the ones that you like pull it apart and it just really slowly goes back together. That's how my like joints are.
Or joint be whack, bro.
And that's what's happened to my knee is I have overused it and it's overstretched, and so now my kneecap is like moving around. And that's why everything sucks right now. I'm not walking on it. So I gotta go to physical therapy.
Yeah, update. We are going to be only streaming on Wednesdays for the Clossi approach for the next several weeks while she goes through physical therapy. So I apologize to the stream, but I have to take care of her. I have to drive her everywhere and everything else.
If you need it on something for Clossi trip, even if I've never learned it.
You really should. Do you know how fast you can get to single digit cube?
Almost easy.
Clossi approach is good stuff. I am bad at this.
Clossi approach is great stuff when you actually play the game, you know? Instead of like one game every 3 months. Okay, what are you doing? Where are you at?
Well, if he plays,
What step are you at? This is important. You find the move that does the step. You find the step first.
between 3 and 4.
Between 3 and 4?
So I want to reduce eye space, but I'm trying to figure out if he just goes here, does he get 2 eyes? So I'm trying to read. It's the thing we
Okay, so life and death. Okay. Cuts and life and death's the only thing you have to read.
He goes here. And I just hop. He goes trying to split me. Then that's just gonna die, and that's not good. Okay, so we assume we let him have 1 eye. He goes there. So I have to go here. So that he can't turn that into an eye. So we're going to walk here first. Not very nice.
Think through your thoughts.
Okay. This is now at risk of being an eye.
Are you trying to kill? Why? Where in the flow chart does it say kill? I can't find it.
Vital point.
Vital point? So you're trying to find the vital point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's completely surrounded.
Mostly.
Yes or no? There is no mostly on that flow chart. There is no maybe on that flow chart. Is it completely surrounded?
Now it is.
Okay.
But now
Can he expand eye space now?
No. I don't think so.
Okay. And then where would the vital point be?
This one. Or
Okay.
this one.
Do you care if he lives?
Well, I want my space back. Listen, you were the
That's
one.
not the correct answer. What's the correct answer?
Apparently, the correct answer is no. We don't care if he lives. But I care. See, you're laughing. It's a pride thing.
Oh
laughing.
man!
I'm laughing
Don't-
because he's laughing. He's
Would
laughing.
do you want to kill this group or do you want to win the game?
Put it like that. Who put the loading sign? Who's trying to say that my brain's just loading? I can kill it now, right?
Look at the flowchart. What does it say? What does the flowchart say?
Well, I'm not weak because if he goes here, I connect on this side, or I connect out this way, and if he goes on this side, I connect out this way. Technically, this is weak. Which brings us all the way back down to play the battle point. I
Okay.
think. Clearly, that's wrong.
There was only 2 things wrong with what you said, but it's fine. Yeah, don't run out of time. Just
Wait.
What?
What settings did you give me?
15 minutes.
That's not very long.
What do you mean it's not very long? That's plenty long enough.
Yeah, today's really fun because you thought it would be a good idea to get me to play for the podcast.
This is why you're running out of time. You're talking too much about non-go stuff. Focus.
Okay,
It's why you feel pain
why
in
am
your
I
leg.
wrong? Why am I incorrect?
No, just play what you're gonna play. You can't play what I would play.
I feel like 2 minutes.
Hmm. Hmm.
Why are you
Hell?
eating? Go eat over there.
Been eating popcorn this entire stream.
Yeah, don't eat on camera.
Okay, you want the thingies for the water?
What?
In the red drawer. Pink box.
What?
Pink box in the red drawer. Do you see it?
The first aid box?
There you go. Pink box, red drawer. Blue flower, red thorns. Blue flower, red thorns.
Be grateful. It's a colorblind. Where you at?
My weakness. Want to keep corner. What?
Where's corner?
Fine, I guess we're a big move.
Hold on.
Which
Like,
would technically mean I need to play somewhere else.
where are you at in the flowchart? Posture check. Try to find out where you are in the flowchart within 10 seconds.
Big move.
Once you figure it out, then give yourself options to think about for the next 20 seconds.
You said 10 seconds.
10 seconds to figure out the goal, 20 seconds to read that goal. Make sense? Okay. 10 seconds. What's your goal?
Big move.
Okay. What stage of the big moves are you at? The next 10 seconds. Empty corner, empty side, largest framework, Yosei.
Your largest framework. I don't really know.
Okay. Are you at build, reduce, or invade? Where is the largest framework?
Probably reduce. This top looks pretty big, and this bottom looks pretty big. I don't know. This
Which
is
one's
here,
bigger?
though. This one's probably bigger,
Okay.
but I am not strong enough to
Reduce
tell
or
you
invade?
point numbers.
You don't need. You just need to draw a circle around it in your head.
I'm gonna start by reducing. I'm just
Okay.
gonna... No, because reduces...
Posture check.
See, I'm thinking about go too much.
You're taking too long to make a decision. Reduce or invade?
Invade.
What's your double digit Q invasion points? There's 2.
Mine's always third line somewhere in the middle.
No, that's like the worst one. That's like literally the worst one to play. There's 2 evasion points for double digit Q. One is 3/3. The other one is approach a 4th line stone. Both are on the 3rd line, yes.
Okay. What? Is there a place to see the flow chart?
Yep. My mouse is gone. She has it. Mrs. Clossi, where can you see the flowchart? Oh my gosh.
Taking my playtime.
You're streaming. Answering questions takes your playtime. Why are you playing so fast?
Because that one seems like a very simple answer. Don't.
You always think. Are you playing defense?
Yes.
Do you have cutting points? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Then what should you do?
Fix them. Because now if he goes there, I just push him to the side. But the fact that there's 2 on that one stone makes it very hinky.
Mm-hmm.
So I fix one of them. The other
Good
one's
reading.
You know why that's good reading? Because I've fallen prey to that mistake. I'm like, well, if he goes here,
Oh, I'm
then
sorry.
I
Did you just quote gaining experience is good?
When have I said it's not?
Okay. Where you at? Defense?
Defense.
All right. Where you?
Run away.
That's not running away. That's expanding eye space.
Porque no los dos.
No.
Get back this way.
Running is running without getting surrounded. Expanding eye space is expanding eye space on the side, even if you get surrounded. It's no porque no los crap. Are you at defense?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have to defend anything? Are you at defense? What stage of defense are you at?
Vital points, plural.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6.
You're making faces in the corner of my vision.
I'm trying to think of how to cheat without cheating. Don't give her moves, please. This is her game. It wouldn't be fair to our opponent if we gave her moves.
10, 9.
Hate her so much. She stresses me out. It's probably
Posture check. What you doing? Think out loud.
Panicking.
No, 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 no. What are you doing? Where are you at in the Clossi bridge?
If I go here and he blocks that in, then I might be able to do something over here.
Okay, you're reading, but what are you reading in the Clossi approach?
Running away, but too late. Probably.
10, 9.
Listen, the countdown voice makes me stressed.
What are you doing?
Trying to give myself more room to have eyes over here.
So, ice space?
I suppose. See, to me, ice space is like, go this way so that you have more things, but it's more like, go that way. Does that make sense?
Yes and no. For me, I'm like, you're supposed to be
think I
deciding. You keep making the moves and then finding the goal that fits the moves. You need to find the goal and then find the moves that fit the goal. Or find out if there are moves that can do that
Currently,
goal.
the goal is don't die.
Yeah, and following the Clossi approach would make that a heck of a lot easier.
Probably, but I'm easily
You are
distracted.
going from like step 4 to step 2 to step 3.
Clossi approach,
back to
but
step 4.
ADHD.
You're going like 4, 2, 3, 4 right now. If I was to define the moves and where they
Clossi
actually
approach, but I have dyscalculia. It's like dyslexia,
No.
but with numbers.
are. You're making jokes instead of actually doing it.
Humor is how I cope. I'm trying to focus.
Where are you at?
Exploiting his weakness so that I have eyes. See? He lived. Because that's an eye, and then even if he goes over here, that's an eye.
Okay.
What?
Nothing. Just painful to watch. Where are you at in the Clossi approach? Defense, offense, or big move?
Well, your face is telling me that I'm missing something and I need to keep focusing on
No,
life and
just
death.
trust your reading. Trust your reading.
That? What? I was trying to hear.
Are you at big move? Weakness? Where are you at? Stop trying to just guess moves and play moves. Where are you at in the Clossi approach?
His weakness.
Which
I'm
is?
poking this cutting point.
No, that's a peep. Either you cut or you don't cut. There is no try. There's only do.
Alright, Master Rico.
I'll go here. And he has 1, 2, 3. It goes here.
10, 9, 8,
She's stressing me out.
6,
That's what it was.
You realize she's supposed to be counting every turn, right?
Yeah, I know. That means I only have 20 seconds to play.
No. You don't play when she says 9. You play when she says 2 or 3 or 1. Posture check.
10,
Where you at? Defense, offense, big move.
Big move, reduce, center.
Okay. Where's line of influence? Okay.
What?
Nothing. Your line was just different than my line, but it's okay. You trusted your instincts. You have to do that.
Where would you have put your line?
My line was from this stone to this stone.
You were clearly seeing a much smaller center than me. I mean, technically, my move is still on
Yeah,
your line.
you're trying to see here to here, but there's a gap right here of white. But it's okay.
Could she have played R18 and saved that group before she,
We'll review it later. Defense, offense, or big move?
Defense.
Rest your leg.
Itchy. Dang spider bite. Rude.
Defense, offense, or big move?
Defense, because this one's the one that's poking his shape, and so if he gets on this side, then that's gonna make this line worse.
Okay, so you're defending what? Where's the group?
Stone.
9,
Okay, can you make a base?
No.
7,
Run away.
6, 5,
What is the rules for running away?
Don't have the lady counting down at you the whole time.
Not in the Clossi approach. The lady counting is a good thing. Means you're using your time.
Not for go things. Okay. So that way,
Did that
even
help you connect? Is that connected to your weak group?
it's trying to get these stones back here so that even if I lose these two, I'm still poking into this space.
What were you trying to save? H11.
Stone.
Were you connected to H11?
No, technically.
Then was that defense? Posture check.
I can't see from back here.
Okay,
10, 9,
what are you doing?
8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
That's what you want, right? Quadruple honey?
9, 8,
What are you doing?
Do you want the real answer or the I'm finding an answer in the classy approach answer? The real answer is panicking.
Stop panicking. Sacrifice a period if you have to. What are you doing? Posture check.
I can't. I cannot read from this far away. The stones do not appear on the board.
10, 8, 7,
I'm trying to figure out how to get these back to either here or across to here.
1.
How do I do that?
What does a Clossi approach say?
Run away.
How do
That's
you
all
run
it
away?
says.
How do you run away?
Just that's all it says is run away. There's no flow chart after run away.
What are your shapes to run away?
Nobi. One space jump.
Better than what you were doing. I need like a whole series that gets you to single digit here. That's what
Would
I need
people
to do.
actually enjoy that though, or would it just stress them out?
I don't know. It's stressing me out. That's for sure.
That's not very nice.
Out of curiosity, what are you doing?
Regroup.
In what regard? Posture check. I'm thirsty. I love you. Don't panic. You're also playing very quickly. Slow down. You're playing quickly. Slow down.
That's obvious.
Wrong. What did his
To
move?
me, that one is obvious.
What does his move do?
It's trying to reduce my eye space. So I'm keeping my eyes.
Posture check.
I can't read from back here.
You have to read from back here. Posture check.
Like I can't even read like the numbers. The numbers are blurry from back here.
Oh yeah,
My
you're
eyes
blind.
suck.
I forgot.
9, 8, 7,
This seems like a really obvious answer, but apparently the last one was
2.
wrong, so I don't know what I'm doing. Clearly.
This one, but I'm just gonna leave it.
This one seems really obvious. Just take the stone.
It's good to double check. Is there anything wrong with taking the stone?
I don't think so. It takes both of them out of a target.
Okay,
I still have
but
eyes.
never instantly play. You have an infinite amount of 30 seconds. Never instant response. Always ask, what does it do? Is there anything wrong with my response?
Here's the thing. Technically, I only have 30 seconds.
You have an infinite amount of 30 seconds if you play within 30 seconds. What does it do?
Okay. If I go here, and he goes here, that puts that stone in a target. And if I connect, it's still eyes.
9,
I can't play in either of them. Now I'm confused. Chad's telling me that I'm bad at the game. You're telling me I'm bad at the game, but then I'm sitting here going, but this answer looks so obvious. I don't actually know.
Where are you at in the Clossi approach?
So if I go here, he has to go here. So I can technically connect back, but I still don't know if that's gonna live. So is that worth it?
9, 8, 7, 6.
Hi, Blossom!
Hi, I love you. You are beautiful, you know that? Where are you at in the Clossi approach?
Trying to figure that out.
Okay. Where are you at in the Clossi approach?
Nice.
Whose weakness?
Mine?
In what regard?
He's clearly tried to attack me, so I'm keeping him
In
from
what
cutting
way?
things.
Okay, so you're staying connected.
Yes.
Okay.
Now he can't cut me there either.
Okay. Now what? What are you doing? That's not...
I'm not looking at playing that move, Sean.
Okay.
That is just where the mouse landed.
Okay. What are you doing? Are you still playing defense?
I think the only way I can live is if I attack this.
No. No. We're not playing offense at double-digit Q when we have a weak group.
No, we're
We've
just,
just played
losing time periods to make me second guess myself. What's your recommendation?
What are you at? The flow chart. Just
I
do the flow
don't know,
chart.
because I think this is weak, but every
Okay,
time
if
I
it's
talk
weak.
about...
If it's weak, you say yes. What's the next thing?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Yes, Austin, thank you.
3, 2,
You said that wasn't a cutting point. Why did you defend it?
I didn't say that. I said I was defending my cutting points.
You said when you connected that it also defended that cutting point.
No, that is not what I said.
That's
in
what I
the
thought you
slightest.
said. Okay, it's okay. Defend your cutting points.
Let's
It's
talk
fine.
about the other one that I
It's
picked.
fine. It's okay. If you can be cut, you have to defend the cutting point. Where are you at in the Clossi approach? Defense?
Don't know anymore. Because I'm second
Do you have
guessing
any-
all of my eyes now.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Are you at make a base? Are you at run away? Are you at ice base or Vita point?
I am attempting to run away.
Right.
Okay. What are your shapes to run away?
You just asked me this question and I just answered it.
But you didn't play it.
Where can I one space jump? Where can I no be?
One space jumps are better than nobies if you can.
See, I panic and then dumb stuff happens. And then I'm fine.
Yeah, that's how double-digit Q games go. Both players panic and dumb stuff happens. Don't panic. Stay strong. It'll work out.
I just have to hope my opponent makes worse panic moves than me.
Yeah, if you don't panic and they do, you win. Just you stick to that flowchart. Okay, are you weak?
I really feel like I need to take, but that's probably just everything's gonna die brain still.
Are you weak?
I don't know. I think so.
9,
Then play defense if you think so.
What?
Nothing. I love you, okay? That's what. I love you so much.
I have no idea what's going on.
You need to figure it out. Because it's your game. Are you weak? It's really just that question right there. If you can't answer that question, you can't move on.
I always feel like I'm weak.
You
is
have
the problem.
to. What are your definitions of weakness?
Going to die.
No, I told you earlier.
Listen, she's stressing me out.
5, 4,
Okay, big move.
Ah! Yeah, you're right. Sure,
sit down.
do whatever you want. Are you weak? Yes or no?
You're making me feel like I am.
How do you know if you are or not?
You're freaking out.
Are you weak? Do you have a base? Are you alive? Do you have two eyes?
I feel like I have two eyes, but every
Okay.
time I try to go do
Is there
something
any
else,
other weak group on the
freak
board?
out.
Is there any weak group on the board?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
I don't know.
3, 2, 1.
Is there any groups that do not have a base near your opponent's stones? Or do not have 2 eyes or a base near your opponent's stones?
These.
Is
But-
that a weak group then?
I don't know how to save them.
It doesn't matter. Is it a weak group? Yes or no?
Yes, but I don't want to add stones.
I
onto
don't
it.
care. Is it a weak
Die.
group? Yes or
Yes.
no? Okay. How do you defend it? Can you make a base?
No.
Can you run away? Can you play 1-point jumps to an empty section of the board?
Yes.
Okay, play the freaking 1-point jumps and stuff. Just run. That's all it is. It's just run away. Just run away. Just defend.
At least I'm entertaining.
Okay, just because you don't know how to defend the weak group doesn't mean you don't defend the weak group. If you don't know how to save a child, do you just watch the child die?
If I can't get to the child,
She's the one
It's not
kills
about-
the child.
Do you have any weakness?
this is so weak. Now he's trying to play stuff up here. He goes there, that's an Atari, so I guess I have to connect that, yes? Because I want to keep some of that corner.
Defense.
10,
Are you weak?
This one.
Okay.
So is Karen.
See, that's my favorite step.
What step are you at? Spanning ice space or vital point?
Probably vital point.
Okay. What are some good hints for vital points?
That's a quarter, so that could probably be an eye. Am I wrong?
9, 8, 7,
Just make life. Just make 2 eyes.
4,
Is that 2 eyes?
Not yet.
Read it.
I can't read from back here.
Just focus.
I'm trying. Everybody's yelling at me. Okay. He goes here. I go here. He goes here. I go this one. I think I'm fine.
Are you alive?
I think I am now.
100%?
No, nothing's ever 100%.
As 100% as you can get.
He thinks so.
Girlfriend.
I don't care what he thinks. Do you think you're alive? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any weak groups?
This.
Okay. How do you defend it?
Expand eye space.
That's block eye space,
Okay.
not expand, but okay.
Whatever you say.
It's important to understand the correct definition so you can apply it correctly. I'm not sure who's getting tortured more. Are you playing defense?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Connecting those so that this doesn't, because I'm worried about making eyes in there. Too many cutting points, not enough eye space. Better to stay connected.
Wasn't Black dead?
Where? Here? Was he? Yeah. Listen, I said yes, and then you started questioning me, and so I started doubting myself.
Okay. Are you weak anywhere?
This stone.
9, 8,
So let's connect.
Are you weak anywhere?
Technically still this stone.
Okay.
See, he has to deal with my shenanigans constantly, so when I play Go, he just has no patience.
Are you weak anywhere?
No, I don't think so.
Is he weak anywhere?
That one's dead, apparently.
10,
These look sketch.
Okay,
7,
there you go. Easy peasy.
Listen, I thought I killed that and I was very proud of myself, and then you kept making faces at me. So I didn't know anymore. But we were playing other places.
You need to know. It's very important that you know what's happening. Are you weak anywhere? Is he weak anywhere?
He's weak.
Okay.
She was confident about to see.
Yeah, I was until Sean made a face. And then I became unconfident very quickly.
Are you weak anywhere? Are you weak anywhere?
This one's kind of sketch, but if I take that, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Were you trying to not make faces?
That was
what
me
that
making
was?
an intentional face. Are you weak anywhere?
Not currently. It probably depends on what his next move is.
Are you weak anywhere?
No.
Is he weak anywhere?
This one bent 4, which is alive.
9,
1, 2, 3.
8,
Yeah.
7, 6, 5,
But we still want to make it as small as possible. What?
Remember the start. You attack in what?
What?
You attack in what? You attack in Sente.
Yeah.
If he's alive, why are you attacking him?
Fair.
Okay. Are you weak?
No.
Is he weak?
This looks pokeable, but not currently. Probably that's more of a Yosei thing.
Okay, big move.
5, 4,
I think we're in Yosei, sort of. Like, that quadrant's pretty small. That one's pretty small. And then playing stuff on the second line, so probably Yosei. Boop. Boop. Boop.
So you're in Yosei?
Think so.
Okay. Sente, Sente, Sente.
7,
You know.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
She doesn't know the monkey jump.
I do. I just never remember when to use it. But I know what it is.
Yeah, so one of the biggest selling points of why students get my lessons is I help them understand how to answer the Clossi approach questions. Because the flow chart is literally like your answer sheet. It's more of like understanding how to apply the answer sheet. That's what the lessons are for, technically. But yes, it's all about if you can answer that answer sheet correctly, if you can understand that answer sheet correctly, you will win the game. That's all it's about. And it's about understanding how to answer the questions on that sheet more accurately.
Should have done that in the other direction. Oops.
See, this is one part of a game that she's actually pretty good at, is her Yosei. For a double-digit Q, her Yosei's like really good.
Makes sense to me. Or I feel like
But
it
weak
does.
groups don't?
No! Life and death is very stressful.
Back. Oh yeah.
Thank you! I did manage to save that stone. That was very nice.
Oh, hey, you actually saved every stone on the board.
That hasn't been actively captured.
Yeah, that hasn't been actively captured.
No co's. Hate co's.
Then why did you start a co? You just fought a co, didn't
Liz.
you?
Well, I started a co because it was a very important co. That one seemed necessary. That one, nah.
Okay.
All that one is a manhood co. I don't need to worry about that.
Because you a woman.
Amen.
Where's your womanhood co?
I'm confident enough in my womanhood that I don't need a co to prove it.
I feel like it was clever enough. I could find a hole with that argument, but I just can't.
Oh, hey. Interesting.
Whoops.
Where's the undo button?
Undo requested.
Miss Clerk, I'm trying to go here.
Play more slowly and you won't misclick. The second time you've misclicked this game.
I just clicked like 30 times. Yeah,
Misclicks happen more often if you are playing fast.
Well, I have been in... Oh, hey, he's almost out of time, too. Doesn't count down for theirs.
You're playing really fast. Submit move is actually not great.
If you're
Technically,
in
It's not
Byoyomi,
like it's bad. It's just not misclicking with is just better. But it's not like submit move will hurt you.
mini panic attack, but we're fine.
But you don't have submit move in like real life. You have to like take your hand off of the ghost stones in real life. Usually if misclick is a better move, it's not because you know it.
10.
But I've seen plenty of my students whose misclicks are better moves than their actual moves.
I'm not a student, but I.
Yeah, I'm just panic focusing on this
Stop
to remind
tunnel visioning.
myself. But if I don't, I'll forget.
Just if they play and take a liberty, just respond. But if you tunnel vision on it, it'll distract you from what's actually happening.
Madam Alternative.
I'm okay with that. At least he saved those stones. I feel better.
Don't panic.
This is the opposite of panic.
Good.
Ah,
Panic test.
stop.
Are you panicking? Okay, good. You're not panicking. Calm down.
No, this is the opposite of panic. I feel much better.
Yeah, because you're in Yosei.
Mm-hmm. And I don't feel like, oh my god, everything on the board is dead.
Your Yosei's technically still wrong.
Yeah, I should probably be playing first or second somewhere else, but oh, I guess he's trying to make more points here. This one's better. Boop. Boop. What?
Nothing.
Boop. 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 Okay.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
I've been waiting for that move for like 20 minutes.
A lot of people have been waiting for this move for like 20 something moves.
That move or one up to the diagonal.
You're not looking at second and first line
I was saying
all over the board.
I was looking at Q5, but
This move's my favorite.
Is that why you have been making faces at me this whole time?
Not only that,
yeah.
there's been a lot of things.
That's when I decided to not play here anymore. That's why you're like,
There's a
that
no,
thing.
no, 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 no.
No.
Hearts are red. Sky is blue. Until it's not.
Listen, I understand that
How
that
are
was
you?
dumb.
It wasn't that dumb.
It was kind of dumb.
You made it for the wrong reason, that's for sure.
I really don't want to start a co. Do I have to start the co? I'll just... Because it's... What?
Can you be cut?
Not anymore.
Could you have been cut before?
I was worried about it.
Was it a yes cut or no
I
cut?
don't know. I can't see that far back.
It's one move! What do you mean you can't see that far back? You know, not anymore is not the correct answer to tell your teacher.
Is it on fire? Not anymore.
That wouldn't be Kara though.
Love you.
Love you too. It's your turn.
9, 8.
I would give her free lessons on stream if she didn't work so much. Her biggest
Never
problem is
offered
time.
me free
Like I would
lessons.
teach my wife for free. I wouldn't charge her money to learn Go.
You won't teach me for free.
You don't play. Yeah, that's the point.
Not that much.
Exactly.
That is the point. Why would I even waste my time teaching you two if you never play? I'm not convinced you did that for the right reason. Do you know what a throw into Suji is?
Yes.
Is that what you saw? That sounds like a no. Silence
I
means
was
no.
nowhere close to a throw to Suji. I was just like, they can probably cut that. I don't like that.
Probably? Where's probably in the flowchart? Are you probably in Atari right now?
You know where? Do you know where the probably is? The question mark. That's what I'm doing. Do I have weakness? Question mark. I'm still on the question, much less the answer.
What? What?
You heard me. I'm still on the question part of the flowchart. What are you seeing that I'm not?
A lot. The chat.
I wasn't looking at the screen.
What?
That's a lot.
What do you see that I don't?
Everything.
I wasn't looking. Why did I miss this? Can we send Black to the flowchart?
I'm trying to find something that's not connected, but I can't. This is fine, because they can't play there, and they can't play there, and they can't play there. This is fine. This is dead, so these are fine.
7,
This is fine.
5,
It's all connected to there. This is fine.
1.
You have a crow.
Where?
What?
What?
R4.
R. Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Oh, yeah.
I don't wanna. What am I missing?
Nothing.
I don't think it was what you were missing.
I'm clearly missing something important.
I think that one was more for Black.
Well, I'm missing whatever Black's missing too, so.
Yeah.
Focus of the game. You're in sudden death.
House on fire. She stopped beeping.
What?
She stopped making noise. That's why I didn't hear the period go.
She's making noise. You just tune her out.
No. He's just not leaving. Can't read anything. There's too many stones on the board.
You ready?
You have one.
Hey!
You won.
Yay! So that was a surprise to me.
Say thank you for the game. Okay.
So what was I missing that entire...
Everything.
Well, I know that, but like clearly there was something that even Austin saw, and Austin's like my level. So I don't know.
Austin also thinks he sees stuff and he doesn't always see stuff. So there's that.
I was seeing a lot of stuff, okay?
You would miss a lot of stuff too, though.
Oh
I
no,
did
yeah,
miss a
it's
lot of
very
stuff,
much.
But I was mostly laughing at your reactions.
Yeah, that too. Austin was also laughing at me a lot, like
Yeah.
half the time. Okay. So thank your opponent for the game.
Thank you for the game.
Tell him in chat. He's right here.
Thank you, Melchi.
Thank you, Milchi,
I was like,
for
where is it over here? I'm confused. I didn't
being an
realize they were
opponent
back
for
in
Mrs. Clausius.
Chat.
Where do we begin?
Move one.
Move one.
What
All
did I
right.
do wrong?
Okay. So this is fine because
It's the biggest space.
3 open sides. It doesn't matter about biggest space.
Mm-mm. Biggest area. That's what it says. So that one's the biggest. And that's why I played
No,
on that side.
you're still in the opening, which is empty side. Then it's largest framework.
Well, it's the biggest
Yeah, I'll move
empty
this over.
side. It's the biggest.
No, they're all 3 equal.
No, we're out of here.
Bye bye.
By the way, one of the kids broke it. Not you.
Uh-oh. What broke?
It wasn't you. The door. You know how you said it was your fault because you wheelchair kept catching on the curtain. It was one of the kids
Okay,
did it.
okay. Gotcha.
I just didn't want you to go home thinking that you.
I thought someone broke through a wheelchair, and I was like, oh dear goodness, no.
No.
You need that wheelchair. Oh, about to
No,
do a
the-
fundraiser for a wheelchair if it was broke.
The curtain rod is like super bent in, and I thought it's because I keep running it over and it keeps trying to get stuck in the
Okay,
wheel.
okay. So the
But
wheelchair is
apparently
not
one of the
broken.
kids did.
The wheelchair
No,
is not broken.
wheelchair's fine.
Okay,
That would be really hard to break that.
okay. The distance between this stone and this stone, and this stone and this stone, and this stone and this stone,
Mm-hmm.
all of those lines are equal length. You can,
No.
yes. You see where the start point is right here?
Yeah, that one's start point to start point. That one's start point to start point. That one's not start point to start point.
Yeah, sorry. The
And then
left
this
and right.
one,
The left and right are equal.
and then this one, he's up one. So I assumed that made that side bigger.
I understand where you're coming from. Okay. Your move's not wrong, but you were applying an extra step that I wasn't.
I was like, okay, those are the same distance.
Technically,
that one's on the
technically
fifth
taking
line.
taking the Shamari can be considered as big as an open side. And
See, I don't know about that move.
the reason I was thinking that is because I was trying to ignore that this was on the 5th line and just pretend it was a normal corner move.
So he was on the fifth line, so it was weird to me. So I was like, I can
Yeah,
play over here.
for me, I was like making that sound invisible because I was trying to think like a double digit Q, I guess. But the right side and left side are equal distance. So left and right are equal. I was wondering why you were saying biggest, because biggest isn't technically correct because the lengthwise. But I understand that you're trying to say this is on the 5th line to the 4th line, which is bigger than a 4th line to a 4th line. Is that what your logic is?
Yes, because they're the same length. Like this
Okay.
one's shorter, and then these two are the same length, but then this one's got a taller one on that side. So I assumed that was bigger.
Actually makes sense. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
You're supposed to play on the biggest open side. That's why if there's like two that are like closer together, you play on the one that's not that one.
Okay, so if I played like right here, and you played right here, and you played right here, or would you still play on the right side?
Absolutely.
No, because there's an open corner. That's why
Okay.
that specific definition
it would
doesn't
be
work.
over here, but I would probably look at the corner.
Yeah. So
I might play
I
something like a
understand,
3-3
and
though,
you
'cause
are
it
correct,
feels weird to
but
cut.
that's if they play a normal corner
Yeah,
move. That
okay.
logic
I
applies.
understand.
And I tell double digit Qs to just pretend that's a normal move.
I did.
Your logic was correct, but the way you were saying it technically can be
I understand.
is disproven. So it has to be a corner move. So it has to be, normally it's one of these 4 points, but technically it can be any of those points. As long as it's any of those points, then you can apply that logic. Probably. I think.
I kind of knew that.
Okay. I was just making sure that you understand that,
It's
but
one of
yeah.
those things where it's like you understand, like,
but you
the
don't know how to
way-
explain it.
the way, yeah.
Okay,
It's
that's
like you
fine.
understand, but you don't understand why.
That's fine. What's your excuse for that one? Why is this one bigger than the left side?
It's not, but I was like, oh, he's approaching me. I gotta keep my corner.
This is an approach?
It's not. Like I said, that's what brain went, he's approaching me. Keep my corner. But technically, no, that's not correct.
Yeah, he's not 1 or 2 spaces away. He's not taking your base to approach your corner. So, open side. Make sense? Okay, so this one is slightly slow. So he got the big one. Okay.
Mhm.
Now you played here. Okay,
I was also confused why he wasn't responding to that side.
it doesn't have to.
Like, I get it, but my brain was like, he didn't respond. He's got some master plan. That makes sense?
No, they never have a master plan. If they had a master plan, they would not be double digit Q, okay? You would not be playing them if they had a master plan. Okay.
By master plan, I mean
Do
something
you have a master
I
plan?
myself am panic and don't die.
Panic and Don't Die is your master plan?
For my
That's
whole
their
life.
master plan too.
For my whole life.
That is their master plan too. Don't ever assume your opponent just has a
I
master
honestly
plan.
really oopsed
Think about the
into
basics.
living a couple of times when I should not.
I'm well aware. Okay, so now you played on the left. Where are you at in the Clossi bird on the left? So with
I
this
mean, that one?
Yeah.
That's protecting my corner and also keeping him from having a base.
one purpose. Double digit Q is all about mastering one purpose moves.
So technically, I was keeping him from having a base, but I was playing on that side so that it connected with the cornerstone. 'Cause
Okay.
The cornerstone was by itself.
What do I always say about double digit Qs trying to be double purpose?
I wasn't trying. That would just make sense. Like, why would I go here?
That's not the
On
problem.
this side.
That's not the problem. The problem is if you're going to attack the stone, you want maximum pressure, which is 1 space away. If you're going to attack.
Mm.
You want to be as close as you can without touching. Also, you attack it from the 3rd line, not the 4th line,
Okay,
because the 3rd line is where he wants to get the base at. So if he was to make a base,
that makes sense.
if he was to make a base, it would be going down to the 3rd line with the 1 stone jumps 2. That's
Okay.
that's the basic idea. So you want to prevent that, but you also don't want to just touch, because touching makes both sides strong. So you want to be as close as you can, and then you want to stop his base. So you stop the base on the 3rd line, because if you go on the 4th line, they can attach under and create this
Gotcha.
shape, which creates a base. So this is why our fundamentals tell
Gotcha.
us
Gotcha,
attack
gotcha,
attack the base from the 3rd line and 1 space away. Maximum pressure, take the base. Okay. If you try to say I'm going to get the corner and attack, you do neither one. Because now he can still make some ice base, so it's not as
Gotcha.
effective, and he can still invade your corner, so that also
Okay.
is not as effective. That's what I mean. Master single purpose moves. Do a single purpose really, really well. That is how you get to single digit Q. Posture check.
I'm trying to fix my knee.
Then put it on my lap.
I'm gonna put it on your foot.
Okay. Okay. So you blocked. What are you doing? Defense, offense, or big move?
Defense.
Okay, so you're blocking your connection and your eye space, correct?
Mhm.
That's fine. It's fine. And then you played here,
Mhm.
and you say you were considering here.
Mhm.
That's fine to read, but if you can't read it, this is definitely the one to go for
That's
because
kind of what I went with.
it's
Because I was
safer.
like, there's too much to read in here, which is
Mhm.
why I panicked. And I was like, I'm thinking I'm not reading. That makes sense? I was like, okay, basics wise, which one makes more sense? I want to connect under and have the side. So I'm going to play on this side.
Okay.
So when you were like, why are you thinking read? And I was trying to explain it, but I was also, that was that.
Have you seen you've seen some of my Clossi approach to 9 and 13 by 13, yes?
I think so?
Do you remember the third line cut sequences?
No. I'm bad. I'm sorry. I probably need to watch it.
Yes, you probably need to watch it. The idea, what are you doing in my ear instead of on the go board?
Fixing it.
The idea is you want to Atari and push them to the edge. Now this is a fourth line, so it's a little bit more complicated. However, you have to say, can they run away anywhere?
Yeah, there was too many moves to read.
Okay, but it's easier to read if you already know how the sequences are going to look. So if you already know that you Atari and push them to the edge, all you have to keep track of is the liberties on the outside. So like here, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. As long as you can keep track of those liberties, that's
I
because
can't get to move 4.
that's because you haven't practiced on small boards. That's why you're not strong enough to play the outside Atari, because this is a fourth line push to the edge instead of a third line push to the edge. Second line push to the edge, you know. That's from 9 by 9. Third line push to the edge is 13 by 13. So you can consider this one just one step up from that. So if you knew all your small board basics, this one is just a couple more moves.
Okay.
But it's fine. If you can't read it, this is definitely the one to play. He connected. What do you do before you leave?
I don't know.
You check your cutting points.
Oh, yeah.
So you left. So did you read this cut?
Mhm.
And you do this?
Mhm.
And then this?
Then you play down on this side.
This side?
Mhm.
And then does this.
Then,
You can also cut.
I can't get that far. I checked it as best I could.
I mean,
So
you have
far
to
I'm fine.
test your reading, but that was technically wrong. You need to go here. He goes here. And then you have 1, 2, 3 to 1, 2, 3, but he can't do that because you can Atari. Not really. You can't really Atari, but you can block. And then it's like, what does he do? Does he connect? He dies. Does he Atari? Unobi, 3 to 3. He can't do that because you can Atari. He can't co because of that. So
See, I
it's all
can't
fine.
read
The
that
point
far.
is,
That's
it's
like
all fine if you
22.
block on this side, but I didn't think you could read that. So that's why I was like, why are you ignoring this cut? Because I didn't think you could read all that. So I was like, I don't know if she read this cut because I don't think she could read all that. But okay, you did read it. You were just wrong, but technically you were right, I guess, as well. But if you read that there was a lot of stuff, then you should have maybe defended. But okay, you ignored for the wrong reason, but it's the right move. So you made a base. Okay. Why not continue the attack? You're not weak. You have 1 space jumps or
But
2
I thought
jumps.
that was the biggest side at this point.
So, but your biggest move comes after offense.
I didn't think that was weak.
Then why did you play this move? Why is this move attacking it, but now it's not? How would
It's got stones up there.
these stones, are they connected to it?
No,
Then is it weak?
probably.
See, I'm just.
But when I go here, I'm like, oh, there's black stones. There are black stones there. He's fine.
What is our definitions?
It's not next to my stones, so it seemed fine.
That's why I said 2 spaces is too far, but it is next to your stones. You can define next to as in, can he make a 2-space jump that way?
No.
So if you take his 2-space jump this way, is he weak?
Well, then he's weak.
Then yes, he's weak. He's weak regardless if he can't make a base. If you can take the base and he can't make another base, he's weak. It's like over here. If he plays over here and you make a base, are you weak?
No.
If he plays over here and you make a base, are you weak?
Mhm.
But if you don't make a base, are you weak?
Yeah.
Why?
Next to me.
And you don't have a base yet.
Right.
And he can take your base.
Yeah.
Then that's the same logic right
Listen,
here.
it understands. It makes sense when you give me visuals. But I'm dumb.
You're not dumb.
I can't read.
You just need to keep applying
I
it.
can't read, therefore
It's
I'm
not
dumb.
reading. It's just can he
Is
make a
it
base?
picturing stones on the board? Yes. Therefore, it's reading.
He did have a weak group. Okay, now let's go to your next thing. You said there's no weak groups. You're going for the you're going for the big move. Are
Oh
you?
boy, I'm about to get roasted for that. No, I thought it was open side still. I thought that one was still
There
open.
is there any? What was our definition at the start of the stream? What did I say? What open sides were?
I do not remember. It was too
Any
long ago.
stones without an enclosure, an approach, or an extension. And this would be probably counting as an extension because you stopped the extension. Is there a stone on the side or is it empty?
I mean, my stone's there technically. But,
Okay, is it
but
empty?
There's that's empty and that's
No,
empty. Ow.
a side is between the star points. Between these two lines, is there no stones? Is it empty?
No.
So it's not an empty side.
Okay.
Okay. You're getting frustrated at me. I know you want to use your definitions, but you need to just use my definitions, okay?
But smooth brain.
What? What does smooth brain mean?
Dumb.
You're not dumb. It's just you have to like make sure that you're on the same page with the definitions. The definitions you need what? The definitions you need to have is the same thing. Okay, I can't ban them from here. Yeah. Buzzsaw, can you ban them? Those two people. Okay. So just if you can understand the definitions, you can make the right decisions. You click on their username and then ban. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but I didn't understand that at the time, so that's why I played the move that I played.
Okay, but do you understand the explanation?
Yes.
Okay.
But it still looks very open to me.
This is not an open side.
I understand.
You're at largest
I
framework.
understand the technical definition. When you say largest framework, that one's not a framework.
Right.
He's just gonna surround my
here.
stuff.
So you can just invade the largest framework. You can also...
I would not have played that stone there.
Why not?
Well, I invaded it later, and you saw where I put the stone.
But now
I don't think about going close to it.
We'll get to that.
Hello.
Okay, so he touched.
I didn't like that.
Yeah, so when they touch, you normally respond, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So what's the problem?
That is too vague of a question.
If you ignore, is it bad?
Then he goes there.
Here?
Yeah.
Why is this bad?
Because now my stones are split.
So you're worried about getting cut and losing your base, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why. That's the problem.
Okay.
So you played here. Did that fix it?
Yes, now he can't go there anymore.
Right.
Exactly.
So you're correct. But make sure you understand why you went here. Is that okay?
Yeah. Now he
So-
can't put that stone in, sorry.
The idea is learning how to review your own games, which is kind of what we talk. That's kind of the theme for this is 15Q to bless you, 15Q to 10Q. It's learning how to review your own games and figure out where you're messing up the Clossi approach. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So where do you think you're messing up the Clossi approach so far?
Yes. No,
Seriously.
I'm bad at
Serious answer.
I'm bad at figuring out when stuff's weak. Is the honest one.
Okay.
That's
So
like the biggest
if you
one.
were to play again, what would you work on?
Not panicking.
You should be doing. Yes. Are you being sarcastic, or are you trying to?
No, that's the actual answer. Because okay, here's the thing: is I lost a bunch of time, so I didn't feel like I had time to read more, and so that made me panic, and so then I wasn't able to put the focus that I needed to into figuring out if it's weak or not. Does that make sense?
Oh, did you ban the wrong person? Hold on. Slash unban. At SS. Was SSK Wall the right person? You banned SS Kowal, and it was correct.
Yeah.
They were both bots. Okay.
Yeah,
So you only banned one of them. Okay. SS slash ban SS Kowal.
Yeah.
Okay. I banned the other one. I figured out how to do it. Okay. So if you were to play again, you would work on not panicking and identifying weak groups.
Yes.
And if you were struggling with cutting points, I don't think you're struggling with cutting points as much as you are with identifying weak groups.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we've identified that, we can talk about other parts of the game, but let's just focus on that, because when you're reviewing at this level, it's very easy to get overwhelmed. So you want to work on like one thing at a time. So for the rest of this, we're just going to focus on identifying if a group is weak, because that's what you need to work on. Yes.
I just want to know what all the points were where you're sitting there going. You do that a lot.
Is that the important thing to learn?
The thing my brain wants to know. It's probably about weak groups. Also, you do this a lot. Do you know how I know?
Yes, I know. You're also not focusing on the lesson.
Sorry.
This is
Brain go noom.
I know. You gotta focus on the lesson. Okay, so we're just gonna focus on identifying if you are weak, because that's what you need to work on, and then everyone needs to work on just one thing at a time each week, and that's what we're gonna take. And so we're gonna work on identifying if you're weak, at least for the rest of this. Is that fine? Are you following what I'm saying?
I zoned out halfway through that sentence. But yes. No, rewinding in my brain. Yes.
And the chat wonders why I get frustrated at my wife.
I'm sorry, my brain doesn't work right. I'm really trying to listen. I love you.
Love you too. So you attack black because black is weak. Yes?
Yes.
We could have done that better from the third line first. Because third line, fourth line, that's a good way to attack, is if you're on the third line, you go on the fourth line. If you're on the fourth line, go on the third line. A good combination.
Gotcha.
Okay. Up here, you blocked, but why didn't you block right here to stay connected?
To me, that one looked more. What's the word? Like, his group was weaker than mine.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if his group's weaker than yours, or your group is weaker than his. What matters is defense comes first. You cannot value who's weaker until like 5Q plus. If you have weakness, you fix it. It's the highest priority.
Okay.
You don't add layers to it yet, because you can't even do this perfectly yet. You are struggling with identifying weak groups, and yet you're trying to say that he's weaker than you. How can you possibly make that distinction before you understand what a weak group is? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So at this level, until you get to single digit Q, you don't need to be comparing who's weaker. You need very, very strong single purpose moves. So right now, defense first.
That's true, the summers. It's not that their brain doesn't work right, just a little differently.
Okay, so you're attacking. And attacking wise, you're fine. This is okay. Technically, Cap is easier to execute.
But then he can run away that way.
Yes, he can run away. But we're not trying to kill him. We're just trying to get into the center. And then we can go to the next thing.
No. Surround opponent means they can't get out. Following the logic of the Clossi approach.
You threaten to you try to surround them.
Where does it say threaten in the Clossi approach? You said where does it say probably?
Can you read that?
That far?
Yeah, you have to. You said surrounding them is obviously better. Can you obviously read this?
According to the Clossi approach.
Can you
Surrounding
read
them.
this?
No.
Then we play the simpler surrounding moves that you can read. Why are you like sarcastically criticizing?
I'm not trying to criticize you. I'm trying to explain where my brain's at. Using the same snarky tone of voice you've been using on me the whole stream.
Does this move surround?
Technically, yes.
Does this move surround?
Yes.
Does this move surround?
Yeah, it's a little far away. But yes.
So any of those moves are fine, right? Does this move surround?
Very slowly.
But it surrounds, yes?
Ish.
Okay. When you're trying to determine which one to play, what do you think about?
Which one is more surroundy?
Yes.
Which is why the far away one and the slow one were bad options.
But if you can't read it, what should you do?
Oh, I'm not worried about reading Life and Death yet.
It's not reading Life and Death. It's reading does it surround or not. If you can't read any of them, what should you do?
Honestly, this one probably would have been better. Like, he's gonna run away this way, but then that's still connected and accomplishes my goal of you can't go that way.
You are wrong.
Well,
Because this one surrounds better than that one, and this is
Really?
also connected. Yeah, because it's on a further line. But you didn't answer my question. If you can't read any of the results, how do you pick a surrounding move?
you have to learn.
You have to
Go
learn,
back.
and you have to pick the variations that have simpler follow-ups, like capping moves. The shoulder hit to surround that's not connected is possible, but it has more complex follow-ups. That is why I was encouraging you to play the cap
Gotcha.
instead, even though it lets them out a little bit more, it's easier to understand follow-ups. It's easier to apply follow-ups.
See, I wouldn't have played 3 either.
Knight's moves are the common follow-ups if you've been watching my series. My
worked.
point is, this one we've talked about several times in the series so far, and so it's a little bit easier to apply. It's not that this one is wrong, but that's why I was encouraging this one. But and then you started criticizing it, saying yours is better. Yes, yours is
I was
better, but it has
explaining
more
what-
difficult follow-ups.
I was
Explaining.
the logic in my head why I played the one that I played. I was not trying to criticize your move. That makes sense? Like, I understand.
Yes, but as a student, you need to learn to listen better. Stop,
But- I can't
criticizing
listen
someone.
if I don't understand.
Do you understand that this is a cap and it works? And it surrounds?
I understand the first part of that.
You understand that it's a cap
the
and that it
third part of
surrounds?
that.
You
Yes.
understand that it's cap and it surrounds. And I said it has easier follow-ups than your move.
I disagree with that part, but okay. My brain is not going to automatically remember 2 knights move away. So it's something I'm going to have to actively think
it's
about.
remembering that cap has an easier follow-up than a shoulder hit for surrounding.
Okay.
It's just remembering that. And then it's about identifying the exceptions. Like, for example,
That's
if
the
it's a
hard part.
yeah, that's a hard part, but you have to learn it in order.
Yeah.
So instead of like telling me I'm just wrong,
I was not saying you were wrong. I was trying to understand why you were right. That makes sense?
to understand that better, Panasaurus, attempting to surround is what double digit Qs need to do, because saying that you're going to surround me is an absolute, It means you know that this move absolutely surrounds them. It also means that you have read it and it surrounds. You know that it's surrounding, like a net. You know that's surrounded and it cannot escape. So that's an absolute. So of course, if you can read, pick the one that actually surrounds. But if you can't read any of them, and you're just attempting to surround, then pick the one that has the easier follow-ups that you can use, and then learn more as you get stronger. And I'm trying to tell you to start with capping moves, because they're like a cheat sheet at double digit Q level. If you can learn how the cap works and learn the follow-ups of the cap, it's a really powerful shape, and it's easier to apply than some other stuff. But the other stuff sometimes will be better than the cap, but learn one at a time. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Has it really been 2 hours?
Yes. Now you played here. Here, he's actually trying to cut you. So you can actually block his escape route, and then he connected, and you played here. So this is fine. You're attacking a surrounding. You're not worried about one cut because you're the attacker.
Well, if he cuts over there, I can connect to the other one anyway.
Exactly. So it's fine. So up to here, you were fine. You were fine. Surrounding. And now you start reducing eye space.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit dangerous, but you read this and you said that was fine.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely correct in that variation.
Okay.
The problem comes about, do you know this response? And I understand you wouldn't have seen this, and that's
Go
fine. You have to
up.
trust your reading. Yes?
Yeah, sounds right.
But I didn't think you could visualize that.
I couldn't visualize it that far, but I would have gotten to that conclusion. Does that make sense? Like, I could have read far enough to play the right moves to get there.
You have to know before you play a knight's move if it's cuttable or not.
Well, like, okay.
Because
I could read too. Good. Nope. Fix it. I could have read that far, and I've been like, okay. I think I'm okay there.
You need to know that you're okay. You cannot think. You have
Is
to know.
90% allowed?
No, 100% with cutting points.
I
And
will
life and
never
death.
ever be 100%.
You have to be 100% with life and death and cutting points. There is no in between.
Well, I was like 90%.
If
And
you're
then
wrong, you lose.
I would have ended up there and then be able to read.
Oh no, it's just from
The
here.
other stuff.
It's not reading. Here, it's just count the liberties, 2 to 3.
Right.
That's it. Nothing else. You only need to visualize this and then count the liberties.
Well, like, I could count the liberties in my head mostly. Like, okay, if he goes that way, I go there. If he goes that way, I go there. If he goes
No, it's
that
just
way.
1 liberty, 2 liberties, 1, 2, 3 liberties. If you try to
Not
do
listening to
more,
me.
the stones will disappear.
I could have gotten to that point. Like, I got to that point in my head and I was like, okay, we're fine.
I think, yeah, but you're arguing something that's not the point. The point is...
The point is I read it.
No, you didn't read that. I was trying to show you a new variation that you likely didn't
I
see.
did, though.
No, you said you read this one.
I also read the other one.
You
I assumed
did-
the other one was more dumb because he loses more stones and he was trying to do stuff on the inside of that one. And try to live and make eyes. So that's the one that I told you I read, but I read both of them.
You know,
For once, I actually read 2 branches. And your question.
I'm
did
just
this
trying to
time.
I'm trying to show you more variations. Like you can also do this. If the other one did work, you also have this option to connect. Sometimes that works. I'm just trying to show you more variations. And I'm also trying to explain that you have to be 100% that this cannot be cut off. If you're not, you need to play something more reliable. But you said that you were.
Sure.
You said that you were,
Yeah.
and you have to trust your reading. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm just elaborating the point.
Okay.
Listen more and stop questioning everything so much. I'm not telling you you're wrong. You are correct. I was
Okay.
just trying to elaborate. Okay, block is here. That's fine. But this one's unnecessary. Which actually, you really
Why?
confused me here. You were talking about this move right here. That's the
Mhm.
Vita point. You were looking at eye space, and that's all fine. You're looking at the eye space and reducing eye space. But then you blocked, which kind of came out of
Well,
left
you
field.
were talking in my ear and making faces, and she started counting at me, and I think that's why I picked.
Don't panic click.
I was like,
Is
this
black
one's safe.
surrounded?
I don't know if they can get out that way. We're keeping that.
If they get out this way, do they escape to the center?
No, but they're gonna cut through a lot of my stuff.
What do you mean
They
cut
already-
through? Like, you can't just assume a lot of variations.
Okay, say I went here or something like that. Then they're gonna go here, and then I'm gonna go here.
You Nobi.
See?
See,
My point. They're gonna cut through all my stuff because I'm dumb. That's what I read. But then I was like, well, if I go this way, then they're just gonna keep running away.
You're missing the underlying point. Can they escape?
My assumed answer was yes.
You're assumed or you're read?
Yes. Because I wasn't going to play this one. I would have played that other one. And now I'm bad.
Okay. So your point that you're reading is, see, this is the part that you struggle with. You struggle to explain to me, why did you play it? You played it because you were saying, I'm going to surround. And I asked, can he escape? Now you're saying yes he can because of the cutting points. That makes sense. But no, he cannot. If you reduce the eye space, you just let him crawl and he cannot escape. Does that make sense?
But then what if he goes up there?
What?
C6.
What? Why would he go here? Is that connected? Does it do anything to you?
No, it's gonna cut my stuff off.
Look at that for a couple seconds.
Okay. I'm looking.
What does he cut?
That group from that group.
Is that a problem?
For that group.
Okay, use the mouse so they can't see your finger.
This one looks dangerous to me if he does that.
Okay.
Because maybe it connects to these two, and then he's surrounding me, and then I die.
No, you cannot make that leap. What defines a weak group?
Alex! You've said the definition like 4 times, and it's not sticking in my brain. But it's like
Do you have a
stuff
base?
next to stuff that's
Without a
gonna
base.
die.
No, without a base. Do
See,
you have
no
a base?
equals death.
Do you have a base?
No.
What is this space?
Not a base.
Why is it not a base?
Because you can poke there,
And then you block.
and you can poke on that side.
And you block.
Poke there,
And
and
then
then
you
it's
block.
like 2. And then there's no eyes.
You were absolutely wrong. Let's put this on the board. He put poke.
Mm-hmm.
Is his eyes?
No?
You need more life and death. This is a side 6 at minimum. But you also have like A1.
See, I never would ever think about A1.
Okay, here's the thing. This is at least 6. There's potentially an eye there. There's a cutting. You can cut the cutting stone there to connect, and you have a potential base here. Yes. Do you agree with all of those points?
With the reading that I have,
No. Just those are options that white has. No reading. At minimum, you have 4 options to survive.
disagree, probably agree, disagree.
You would disagree with A having be a side 6.
From where I am with my knowledge of Go, that does not look like 6 to me.
The way you visualize it,
When
If
I'm
you
in the game,
imagine-
I see a hole, I see a hole, I see a hole.
that is incorrect thinking.
Holes equal death.
That is incorrect thinking. The way to think about it is,
I have been traumatized by too many people killing all my stuff.
Listen. That was not listening. It's not a hole if you can block. It's not a hole if you can block. And then from the side, you just draw a straight line down. Draw a straight line down. How many points are in there?
Okay.
That's how you visualize it. As long as you cannot be cut, and as long as you can block a reduction, you just draw a straight line down. That's the shape you visualize. And you're like, okay, let's assume that they can do that, which they can't, by the way. This is definitely an eye right there, too. But I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. At minimum, you have 6. You have to do that. So, like, for example, here. So you imagine he pushes there, and you push that down. We're going to push this down because I'm not going to get into that. That is at least like 8, maybe 10 or 11. It's a lot there, right? So that's a base. This one, push it down, push it down. And then maybe they can push one of the diagonals. That's at least a bulky 5.
Bulky 5 is dead though, right?
Bulky 5 is dead if they play first. They cannot surround you and play the vital point first. That's not possible.
Gotcha.
Also, you don't have to respond to the bulky 5 if you have escape routes, or expansions and expansions, because bulky 5 is potentially 2 eyes, plus you have expansions for a 3rd eye. That's absolutely fine. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that A is at least 6?
Now I do.
Okay. That's important to understand. So one thing I'm definitely noticing this is you need a lot more game reviews, but we always know that you need practice. But you need practice and game reviews. How do you learn these shapes?
The only time that I actively review is when I'm playing online and I'm like, oh, let's go over that game. That looked interesting. Or I'm at a tournament. And that's it.
That's why you're not single digit Q. You gotta play and review.
No. The reason I'm not single digit Q is I don't play enough. And then after that,
you have to play and review. That's what I'm saying. You have to play and you have to review. You don't just magically get stronger by watching a lecture. Okay, we're dragging this on way too much.
Just go to the interesting parts where you start making faces.
This is important. How do we understand what is weakness, what is gote, what is sente? Like, how do we understand weakness is important. Like, you have to understand this because nothing else matters if you don't understand that concept. Why are you trying to worry about all the facial expressions and reading that I did if you don't even know how to explain what a base is?
Because that's interesting.
I don't care what's interesting. What is the proper way to learn? Stuff in order.
You are correct. But for me,
just do what I say. Oh my god.
Continue.
I had to, like.
You're not wrong. You are absolutely correct.
Then why are you keep saying that you don't want to do it? Oh man, I love you. Okay, so here you reduce the eye space. That's fine. He ignored, and you went for the kill. That's fine. You blocked. You do have a cutting point, but it's a 3rd line cut, so I'm assuming you read that. However, you do have some questions right here. You didn't leave, and that was not the big move. That was a panic click, if I recall. I am a little bit worried about how you would respond to all of this. You are fine.
About like that? Roughly?
But there's questions that I wasn't confident you would be able to answer correctly. But technically, you're fine. I just don't know if you're checking your cutting points. Like, what if he goes here? And connect.
And connect.
Okay. And then you combine that with this guy. You see those 4 stones are weak?
Good job, boy. I run across the board.
Yes, but you also don't have to. It's 3 liberties to 4 liberties.
Where?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
This is why I wasn't sure that you understood what was happening. But it's...
See, I thought it was dead. And then he started playing other places, so I thought he agreed with me, and then you were making faces.
Yeah, but it's very important to take your time and actually understand what's happening. Because if you can understand what's happening, your follow-ups will
thought I
make a
did.
lot of sense.
And then you made a face, and I had no confidence in
The
my
faces
understanding
weren't
anymore.
here. I was just wondering if you actually knew what was going on right there.
That's
And
probably what you're over in the corner.
yeah,
was.
I'm like, I hope she understands this situation. But that's fine. Okay, so here you understood that invasions should be here.
Yeah, you explained that to me.
Okay, the reason for it is you need the space to jump to make the base, and if they're obviously going to take your base, right?
Right.
But then you have some slide, and you have some jumps. That's fine. That's normal. But if you play here, I can just cap you. How do you expand your ice space? You have to go start from like here now,
Why
right?
can't I go too?
Okay. So probably you still want to stop the corner because that's another thing entirely.
And then you go too.
But you can't go two.
Why?
Because the armpit hit is a bad shape. This is a common double digit Q mistake. Because it leads to a double hane. Double hanes are bad, and they happen because you played diagonally next to them, and all the follow-ups are touching, which means all the follow-ups are taking your liberties. So because you have a very bad liberty count, then Tsuji's like double hane happen. Now I'm not expecting you to remember the double hane. I just want you to remember that the armpit hit is bad liberties, so it's not as good as just 1 point jump.
Okay.
Because now when you Nobi up, now they can't just play right here. Because boop, boop, boop. It's just, you have liberties now you can counter them. So they have to do something like cap, which gives you more escape options.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's still good for them, but it's
Okay.
better than the armpit hit. That's why armpits stink. So this one, you can only jump 1, whereas if you had played like right here, you could jump 2.
Gotcha.
So that's posture check. You're off camera.
Trying to fix my knee.
That's why this one is not as good. That's why I said playing in the center is literally the worst place to play because you have you lose expansion points for making a base.
I mean, it makes sense when you put it that way.
Okay, and they touched. When they touch, what do you do?
Normally it's touch Hane, but I figured I needed a base.
Oh, it's more touch respond, and there's 4 responses: 2 Hanes, 2 Nobis. So in this case, let's just try the Nobis because danger, solid. Nobi and then 1 point jump. This is not the double Hane because you have a 1 space jump instead. And you can start expanding, 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 and then expanding, and you're alive. Right? It's very, very easy life. That's why touching is not good for attacking because touching makes both sides strong. You're happy to get stronger.
So we are on move 53 of question mark. And you've got 45 minutes left. Just so you know.
So you want to be done.
No, I'm just letting you know that you cannot belabor these points as much.
We can stop here.
Oh,
It's fine.
you still got 45 minutes.
It's okay. The video is already 2 hours long. This is already way too long for a video. The big takeaways are you need to understand weak groups better. You also need to play more games, get more game reviews. So, for example, if you're seeing pattern, like let's talk about how you would identify that for yourself. If you're doing game reviews on your own without me teaching you, how would you identify those problems? One, if you get game reviews from other people and they are showing you shapes and patterns and you just find yourself not knowing a lot of shapes and patterns, that means you need more game reviews. Okay. Also, I mean, the way to get game reviews is you have to play more, etc., etc. Okay. Mm-hmm. We can also identify that you're not really understanding weak groups, so you need to practice with weak groups. So I would just hyper focus on defense.
Okay.
Once you're strong on defense, and you have absolutely fine, no cutting points, you have bases, you're not getting surrounded, like all that stuff. Once you're all fine, then you can finally switch gears and go on offense. And then from there, you would have one more layer to get over, which is if you attack, when you're attacking, sometimes things will become weak, and it's very important for you to notice when things become weak while you're attacking. And so you're just prioritizing defense, right? And that's one of the things that you struggle with. And it is very important to do a double-digit Q. you also tend to have a habit of, I want to do this, but I'm also doing this. That's a very bad mentality, double digit Q, because you don't need multi-purpose until single digit Q. And at single digit Q, we add on very minor multi-purpose. We like just a little bit at a time. We don't do massive multi-purpose at single digit Q. We just do a little bit. We just one step at a time. But if you cannot even do single purpose very well, why are you thinking about double purpose? So that's why it's extremely important to build a habit of understanding what are you doing, do it well. And that's why I was constantly stressing at you, don't find moves if you don't understand the goal. The goal comes first. Once you understand what you want to do, it's a simple matter to find moves that do it and do it well. And then with game reviews, you improve on that. But don't try to find moves without the goal. You're going to get random moves, you're going to get weird results, crazy things are going to happen. If you can understand what's happening, take your time, sacrifice a period if you have to. If you get confused, sacrifice a period. What is happening? Where am I weak? Where's my opponent weak? Where's the big move? Once you understand what is happening, then you can find the move. Make sense? Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, to clarify, what do you think you should work on?
Weak groups defend more, which is funny because I was trying to not defend. Because that's something I know I've been having.
Your defense was okay. It's actually, to clarify, you struggle with understanding what is happening for defense.
Yes.
Like, you struggle to understand when something's weak versus something is not weak. Because your moves were fine-ish. It was your understanding that was wrong, and then you made weird results. To explain my point, on the right side, you made a lot of mistakes. So I asked you, what does this move do? And you're like, it's trying to take all my eyes. How? If I ignore it, how does it take your eyes?
Goes down. Well, I found out later he goes up, but you know.
Boom, boom. This move actually doesn't do anything. The problem was there's a cutting point right here. You needed to fix your cutting point.
I got there.
So you defended something that you didn't need to defend. He played here, you took, whatever. He played here, you got the eye. He should have played here and taken out the eye, and then you need to expand. Because now you only have one eye and one false eye. Okay? But you got the eye, that's fine. He played here, you got the eye. He played here, now here's the problem. You missed an Atari.
That. I super missed that.
Yeah, you can't miss Ataris. Very important. And here's the next thing. You miss the Atari, he takes. Alright, now you have a false eye, false eye, false eye, false eye. You have 0 eyes. But he also ignored his Atari.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Now you have eyes again.
Done that.
But then you defended 1 stone instead of defending your eyes, because eyes are this is what I mean by understanding what's happening. If you understand, I don't have eyes, I need eyes.
I did, and that's why I defended.
But that doesn't make any eyes.
Makes 1.
It makes 1. Okay, that's fine. Then he plays here. But you defended 1 stone. You don't have any eyes, or you only have 1 eye. So you need a second eye.
Well, so my logic in
if you say that you're trying to attack this, then don't bother, because I just said single purpose. Single purpose.
If I save that,
single purpose, single purpose, single purpose.
Then I might be able to
need
live by
an eye.
Cutting stones.
Get the eye. Single purpose, single purpose, single purpose.
I didn't think I'd be able to turn that into an eye.
Why not? If you the point isn't that you're getting an eye right now. It's the point is you're expanding the space for an eye. He captures 1 stone. You're expanding the space for an eye. If you're thinking about, I need eyes, can you run away? Yes, actually. That eye. But if you say, I want to counterattack him, that's how you end up dead. Now you're just dead. You have no escape routes. You get too busy trying to attack, and then your whole group dies. Single purpose, single purpose, single purpose.
Chest compressions, chest compressions, chest compressions.
Then you played here. He played here. This is a self-Atari for black. You don't.
Well, I figured if he connect.
It doesn't matter. Prep, you don't defend prep moves. If he can't cut right now, don't defend right now. It's very important. You literally give them extra moves if you do that.
Okay.
So, run away. Step 2, run away. Okay? So you ran away, that's fine. And then I was like, 1-point jumps are faster than Nobi's. Technically, you can play 1-point jump here, and these 3 stones are going to die. They can 1-point jump, but then boop, 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 boop. Yeah, so you can technically do that, but I don't expect you to see that. I just wanted you to run away. You could also Hane, because Atari. So Hane, he runs, push, he runs, fix your cut, and you're running away everywhere now. The point is, run away. And you technically did that. This is okay. But this is
You
what...
made a big ol' face at me because you literally have nightmares about empty triangles.
Yes, I don't like empty triangles. I understand that.
But I was like, okay, if he blocks me on that side, then I just go down.
This move is much better than this move. Because you're running away. You're staying connected, you're running away. Now we can just improve efficiency. However, you have to get rid of those moves completely.
Okay.
Stay on your weakers. Stay on your weakers. And then you cut. That was fine. That was good. You made your eyes. Why defend?
Was not confident. Yeah,
Read.
but then like he could play somewhere else.
Doesn't matter.
And kill
Read.
stuff. I don't know.
Stop assuming and read. You have to trust your reading.
Can't.
It's so important though. You can't assume things work.
See,
It's
here's the
better
thing,
to lose than to assume things work.
is I need
Practice.
to read more,
Yes.
but I hate go problems. They hurt my brain. How do I improve at reading without doing go problems?
You do go problems.
I mean, fair.
You do go problems. I technically improved my reading without doing go problems for my first year. I did go problems after that though.
But that's because you played like a million games and I do not have the time
Yeah.
for that.
So do the freaking go problems. Play 20 games a day. And try to read during the game. That will give you a lot of practice reading. But if you don't have time for 20 games a day that are not blitz,
I liked doing go problems for about half a second because there was a cat game that had go problems, but then I did all the go problems in it, and then they were all the same ones, and I was just repeating the same problems. And so it wasn't fun anymore. Do I remember any of them? No. Should I probably re-download and play it again? Yes. That was the one
you
time I
should
had fun with go
play
problems.
ranked games. You should play ranked games, review them, and do go problems. Play ranked
I
games,
don't have time
review
for
them.
both.
This is why you are not a single digit Q.
I'm well aware. I do
But
not
you
have the time.
complaining is not giving them good advice. Remember, people on YouTube need advice. What is the advice that you would give people on YouTube to be better than you?
Listen to him.
Then why do you question me? Oh, man. Okay,
I'm not, like I said, I'm not questioning
let's...
you. I'm just trying to understand your logic.
She
Yes,
did,
but
but it
his
deleted
computer
it.
won't let me
It's
log
not
in.
my computer, it's OGS. OGS deleted it. It won't let
It's
you
not
log in.
deleted because I bet you can still find me.
It's not deleted. It won't let you log in. That's what I'm saying. Okay, we need to wrap up this video. This video is way too long. Okay,
Do you want to
it's-
just post it as bonus content and do a different Clossi review video for actual series? So it's the same length as the others?
No, I'm going to do more Clossi approach videos, and people actually really enjoyed you being on here, even though it's just me out.
I mean, like I said, just bonus
Stop,
content.
but you gotta let me finish my comments.
Somebody has to.
I'm trying to end the video, so stop interrupting. We've made the video too long. We are doing, but we did entertain a lot of people. I'm sure we'll see what the comments are. But we'll see how it goes. I don't think it was a bad video. We just need to be more time conscious. I love you so much, but you go Noom a lot. Focus. We got focus. Okay, hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. We will have the Clossi class in like 30 minutes. I actually wanted a break to go somewhere between this video and the next. But
Yeah,
we're
you
not-
said you were gonna be done by 3. I was like, you expect me to play a game and review it by 3? That's funny.
Okay, thank you all for watching. I'm just going to stop the recording and just leave the stream on because 30 minutes is not that long. So we'll just take a break and then come back and do the Clossi class.
Sorry.
So we'll be back at 5 for the Clossi class.
Anyway.
And if you're joining the Clossi class on voice, it is on Discord. Yeah. Okay, so thank you all for watching. Hope you guys did enjoy.
Who can?
And I
join
will
the
see
Clossi class?
I will see stream chat later, and I will see YouTube next time.
Woo.
Okay. Turn that on. Okay, got the recording going for the class. I need headphones. Okay. Hello. Can everyone hear me? All right.
Weiger says he can't talk because it's midnight where he is, so he may do a little texting.
Okay. That's fine. Um yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let me I haven't started it yet. Okay. All right. Can you guys see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Alrighty. Okay. Let me go ahead and send the invite link to people that are watching on stream because I will be ignoring stream a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so YouTube. It was something.
It was really quite nice.
It was something. She and I have a very interesting relationship.
That's, I can agree with that.
The good news is we love each other to death, so that's great. I just, yeah, totally. We never, ever, ever disagree. We also, it's almost impossible for me to teach her properly. And I think it's also like really, really hard for her to learn properly from me because it's hard to really switch gears, especially since Go is just, it's in her mind, I think it's more like a video game. Um, so I think the amount of I get the amount that we care about the game is just so different. But it's fun. It's fine. It's about the same. She plays StarCraft casually too. And she just has fun, and I try to teach her like the opening basics, and she just wants to build things.
Well, do you know anybody who knows your Clossi approach well enough to teach her that would be willing to do so? Because that might be the best way to accomplish it.
I could get a lot of people to teach her if I wanted, but the problem isn't the teaching. The problem is she doesn't want to play.
Okay.
Yeah, she hasn't played in 3 months. So the reason I brought her on is because I thought it would be she's around the level that we're in the videos, and I thought it would be interesting for the stream, just something slightly different. I thought it'd be entertaining, and apparently it was very entertaining. Um, so we'll see how that goes. I think a lot of people might want that to happen again, just because they loved the go back and forth between us. But like the point isn't technically to teach her; it's more just to teach the ideas in an entertaining way.
That's good.
Because if I just let one specific person do it, then the entire series would be waiting on her to improve, and that would just what happened. So it's yeah. If she was interested in improving at Go, I would have her an entire lesson plan, and she would be done in like by the end of the year probably. If she was interested in learning and putting in time into it, I would be giving her lessons that I give you guys. I would be giving her lessons like every single day. Um,
That's so fantastic.
like she could if she wanted to, she could probably get to Dawn by the end of the year. But
It's kind of a shame that she doesn't want to because she has such a good resource.
yeah, but at the same time, this isn't her hobby. Like it's not her passion. She likes other stuff like D&D. She likes which we play D&D sometimes too. She likes cosplay and she likes other things. It's not that she hates Go. It's just it's not her interest. That's what it is. Kind of, but she only watches it with me. She doesn't watch it by herself. So whatever that means. Whatever that means. She enjoys dressing up and she enjoys making cosplays and stuff. She's actually pretty good at it. Um, Probably not like professional level, but she's for an average person, she can do pretty good. She's actually dressed me up in a few cosplays, and it was pretty cool. I liked it. Uh, but yeah, yeah. I would say probably though, it's like if she was trying to teach me cosplay, I would not be paying attention either. I would just be like there for entertainment, and that's about it. All right, so let's go ahead and dive right into it. So this week we're gonna continue on the 3-3, but like I said last time, we're gonna talk about what Josekis happen. So let's talk about how they form and make sure. I think the most important thing is every time I teach something, every time I'm teaching people something or explaining a concept, what I really want you guys to take isn't the exact variations as much as the why. Because if you wanted exact variations, there's plenty of people stronger than me that could teach you the best variations. What I care about teaching you guys is why these variations exist. How do you arrive at these answers? And that's what I really want you to take away from these. Okay, so we play the 3-3. So one thing that's like really important is asking yourself, can I Tanuki? Because I think at the Q level, the more you can Tanuki, the stronger you are. Okay, so can Black Tanuki?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm. What's the condition for when Black can Tanuki? Mm-hmm. Okay.
And not being closed in with one or two moves, I guess.
Okay. So we could probably all agree that we can Tanuki to an empty corner. Correct? I think everyone can agree that we can just Tanuki to an empty corner. So everyone agree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What about now? Can Black Tanuki?
Well, there is no empty corner to go to, so I guess the question then becomes if it's worth it to Tanuki.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Does anyone else have any opinions?
no, I was pretty much finished. The question is whether it's worth it to Tanuki. And I don't think it's really worth it to Tanuki at this point because those two corners are occupied.
Diane or Wigger, do you guys have any opinions? Well, you two.
I know that people frequently Tanuki when I play a 3-3 on them, but I don't know when it is appropriate to. So.
Right. The idea was that you two already answered. I wanted to make sure that everyone had a chance to answer. Okay. So the question is, can you Tanuki? So we also need to understand like what Tanukiing represents. So what does this corner, this star point represent? Does this mean you're going to have this entire corner is yours for territory?
No.
Okay. So this has like 0 points of territory. So maybe yeah, I really like that word control. I think what this stone represents is control of this corner. So when white plays in, if you respond, you will control what happens, more or less, right? You should have a little bit more control, especially so if white responds right here. So now it's 2-1, and you play first. You will have a lot more control. So I think more rather than just saying it's territory, I think it represents control, which is a lot of the case. A lot of the time, that's what influence and moyo means. The only time that it's really territory is when you have something like a shamari, like this. That is territory. That means if white goes in, it's dead. That's territory. So there are moves that, like, for example, here, that say, okay, now if white goes in, it's not dead. So if I don't block this, then I lose territory, also known as Yosei. Okay, so you can block. And you say that represents blocking territory. But that's territory. Do you understand the difference between territory and control? Okay, so once we understand that, we can start thinking, okay, so if we ignore this, that represents that we lose control of this corner, because now it's 2-1, so white will control the corner instead of us. Does that make sense? Or we're just talking local for now. Okay. Now, I think what Dawn is trying to get to is that if we invade another 3-3, and white plays and we play, then this is technically an equal value, because we lose control of this corner, but white loses control of this corner. So does everyone kind of agree with that conclusion? Hmm, that's too much. It's too much to say and make that conclusion. Like, that goes into Mirago territory, and that's too complex. So we can't say who's going to end up with Sentai. All we can definitely say is that white currently controls this corner and black currently controls this corner. We cannot make any more statements than that. It's too difficult. So that's all we can say. So we can say that this is technically an even result. Now, the reason we kind of give you so much grief is about doing this is because this is a very difficult game to play. The follow-ups are confusing, it's difficult. So usually what I recommend is if you control the corner, just keep control. And then you can go deal with theirs later. Rather than making it even difficult, like it's an even result, but it's very difficult follow-ups. So when we're at the amateur level, I want to encourage you guys to make the game simpler on yourself. The simpler it is, the easier your follow-ups will be, and the more likely you will make less mistakes, or the less likely you will make a mistake. I think that's a better way to say that. The easier the game is, the easier the follow-ups are, the less likely you will make a mistake. You can consider the Q level. The one who wins is the one who makes the least amount of mistakes. The majority of the time, that is true. The one who makes the least amount of mistakes is the one who will win if all things else are even at the Q level. So, the more confusing you make the game, the more likely it is for both players to make mistakes. That includes your opponent and that includes you. So, if you're really good at the fighting type of games, this makes sense. But the Clossi approach tells us the basics types, and that's what I teach is the basics. So for the Clossi approach purposes, I encourage you guys to make the game simpler, and then learn the fighting stuff at 5 Dawn. Like, learn the fighting stuff at Dawn level. Now, is this a bad move? Absolutely not. This is just as good as responding. But I want you guys to understand what it means. So does everyone understand the idea of control?
Yes.
Okay. And so with the Clossi approach, what I try to teach is the basics, and if you guys have been watching, if you watched my game against Illuck in the league, you'll understand that I'm really good at the basics, but I'm not so good at fighting. So if you want to start fighting, that gets out of my knowledge a little bit, and it becomes a little bit difficult. And it's one thing Insong's really good at is showing you guys how to fight. And that's why you got to be careful with balancing like my Clossi approach with Ensong's methods, because Ensong is really good at fighting, really good at reading, but fighting is very, very reading intensive. The Clossi approach is very light on the reading. It still requires reading, but you can get away with less reading. And that's why we teach the Clossi approach to the Q level, and then we say learn the reading as you get stronger. So I encourage you guys to respond to this unless there's something really urgent on the board. So, can you ignore this corner? The Clossi approach says would say only if there's something urgent. Can you ignore this? Does everyone understand the reasoning for that conclusion? All right. So, now that we've established we're probably going to respond at this timing. We could Tanuki, but probably we're going to respond at this timing. Now we can think about direction. Now the AI says direction's fine, so let's just pick a direction. Either direction's fine. So we're just going to pick a direction. If you don't know which direction to choose the one that goes towards something you're building. If both sides are equal, play the board more than anything else. But at the end of the day, this one versus this one doesn't matter. It's the follow-ups beyond that matter. Okay, so for simplicity's sake, we're going to pick this one. All right, can white ignore? And we're just going to apply basics. We're not going to talk about the value. We're just going to apply basics. Can white ignore?
Yeah, it's looking like a weak group to me. White looks like they have a one stone weak group.
Mm-hmm. So if you ignore, Clossi approach says to surround. So we'd go here. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, guess what this is starting to look like? If you like, it's starting to look like those shapes from the other classes, right? But this one I think is easy enough to solve. You just play here, bulky 5, right? Can everyone solve this one? Okay. What about here? Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. So the conclusion is, if you ignore, this corner dies. Okay. Now, at the very higher levels, you need to understand what Tanukiing represents. So if you Tanuki and it dies, but you got something more valuable than the corner, then you can Tanuki. Okay. But for simplicity's sake, we're going to say if we're going to die, we're not going to Tanuki. So 90% of the time, you will respond to this. So go ahead and respond 100% of the time and learn the 10% later. Does that logic make sense? Okay. So if you ignore, this corner will straight up die. All right. So let's go here. Can we ignore? Mm-hmm. And what would that represent again? Starts with a C. Mm-hmm. You lose control of the corner. So now you have to start making a base. You have to make a base. And then white controls the side. And white was able to get out. And if you ignore that, then you just get attacked. And you could lose control of the right side and the bottom side. So it becomes 3-on-2. So you lose control of the area. That makes sense? So you won't die. You're not going to die, but you lose control. So usually we respond. Okay, so we're going to start with surround your opponent. So we're not going to go here because then our opponent escapes and we lose control of the side. So we're going to go here. We're going to surround our opponent. There's also here, but we'll get to that. So right now, just basics. We're going to arrive at the old Josekis first, and then we'll talk about and work our way up to the new ones slowly but surely. So first, you try to surround. Can white ignore? So let's reduce the eye space. White tries to expand the eye space. And let's say we fix our cut. White blocks the eye space. Let's look at the life and death. Boom, 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 boom. Oops. Boom, boom. Oops. Okay, let's try Vita Point first. Boom. think we can reduce there. And I think we can also just play here. All right, so pretty much this shape is dead. So the point I'm trying to make here is to explain why we've been going over those life and death problems we've been going over in the last few classes. Understanding those life and death problems inside and out understands when you can Tanuki and how valuable how valuable it is if you Tanuki and what do they get. Okay, so at this point, no, you want to respond. All right, now we go here. Actually, can we ignore? It's getting a little bit dangerous, right? So we might lose control again. So probably we want one more. Okay. Now. Oh, guess what this shape is? Guess what this shape is? Mm-hmm. The pig's mouths. So this is the big pig. Yeah, this is the big pig. And here, here, here. Throw in. Boop, boop. Because we know the life and death problems, we know that white can't ignore this. If you don't know those problems and your opponent ignores this, then you can't kill it. And then that ignorer might be actually pretty good.
To be able to read is to the point where you recognize the shape.
Yes, that's the idea of life and death problems. So everyone in here should know the bulky 5, bit 3, even like the bit 4. You should know that's a ko or whatever. So everyone in here should know the very, very fundamental life and death shapes. Yes.
Yes.
Like bulky. Let's just say bulky 5. Does everyone in here know bulky 5?
I really don't know it as long as I could. I know it.
Mm-hmm. And how many of you struggle to visualize a lot of stones?
Yes. Oh,
Every single one of us.
So if you know a shape like the bulky 5 and you read it and you visualize the stones to the bulky 5, you don't have to visualize the rest. You just know the answer. That's what this whole corner is about. If you know the result and you know the variations, you don't have to visualize the rest. You just have to visualize what the shape is, and then your life and death training will kick in.
okay. So then when we study these problem sets, I guess we start to recognize those shapes as well.
Exactly. That's why on the one-on-one Wei Chi site, you do problem sets and not just single problems. Single problems improves your reading. Problem sets improve your shape recognition. Okay, and that's also why I tell you to solve it in 30 seconds. If you can solve it in 30 seconds, then you recognize the shapes and the patterns, and then it's just you're visualizing it. That's it. But if you can recognize the answer in 30 seconds, that means you can recognize a pattern or a shape in a Byoyomi period. That means you know the answer and you'll be able to solve it in a Byoyomi period from that shape recognition. Now, if you wanted to improve your reading, you should do problems that are slightly above your level and spend like 5 minutes on it. That would improve your stone visualization and your ability to counter yourself in life and death reading. However, most Westerners cannot spend 8 hours a day. Basal. Most Westerners cannot spend 8 hours a day. No. I'm saying most Westerners, aside from not Buzzsaw, obviously, but most people cannot spend 8 hours a day study and go. So most people actually cannot do 5-minute long problems Instead, it's more efficient to do shape recognition over long periods of time and only visualize a few stones and just recognize the shapes instead of like, because like we're not in Japan with 8 hours on each side, right? We don't have hours on our clock to sit and just read 50 moves. Like, there's a reason Shusaku could read so freaking far. It's because he had all day to think about it. We have 10 minutes. Like, we don't have all day for one game. We have a minute to make a decision with limited information. So it's not about reading the maximum. It's about reading efficiency and shape recognition. And that's what you got to improve for online play. Now, as you get stronger, you need to improve that reading and stuff, because you will get play in tournaments and stuff with a lot of time on your clock. But just for online games, it's more about shape recognition and quick reading. If you can do those two things, that's enough to like get to Dawn level. And that's what my job is, to get you guys to Dawn. I'm not trying to get you to pro level reading, where you can read 50 moves deep. My job is to teach you the basic shapes and the basic patterns and get you to 1 Dawn. That's it. You don't need 5 minutes for a single problem. You need to be able to recognize a bulky 5. You need to be able to recognize a pig. You need to be able to recognize these patterns. If you can recognize it, you'll know, I can't Tanuki this. Or, I can Tanuki this, but I will die. Or, you can recognize if there's a stone somewhere else that maybe changes it, you can recognize that if I Tanuki, if I Tanuki, I can actually escape. So I'm not dead. So I can Tanuki sooner. Because if there's a stone on the outside, this is a bad example of life, but if there's a stone on the outside that changes the result, you need to be able to recognize that, because that's a chance to get 1 extra move. Yeah, just if there's a stone out here, then all of a sudden it's not dead, it's a ko. Or maybe even life. Yeah, that's what I was sorry. I was seeing this. Yeah, that's a ko. A ko is a totally different result than dead. A ko is potentially 2 moves in a row somewhere. That could be worth a corner. But how do you make these judgment calls if you don't even know the status of the corner? So this is what I mean when I say you're trying to fight for Sente, and if you can recognize the patterns, you can find Sente more often. So here it's like, can I Tanuki? Can I Tanuki? Can I Tanuki? If you can't, obviously don't. But if you can, if there's something on the outside that changes the result, you need to be able to recognize that. What you should never, ever, 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 ever do is respond blindly. Like, it looks bad, so I'm just going to fix. No. How do you learn if you always respond blindly? Let's say you had a living group on the outside. How would you ever find that Sente if you always respond blindly? So you will never recognize free moves like that if you don't understand what is causing you to respond. Why do you respond? I'm going to lose my base. Why do you respond? My corner will die. Why do you respond? Because a ko is not as valuable as this. Why did you Tanuki? Because a ko is not as valuable as 2 moves in a row. Right? So understanding that, understanding why you respond, will help you understand when you shouldn't respond, which gives you free moves. Okay, so here, we're going to go ahead and respond. And now, the reason we respond here is because white escaping gives up control, and we actually don't mind our opponent pushing us from behind. This is a positive exchange rate for us because white's getting 1 point at a time, and thickness at minimum is worth 2 points. So every stone is 1 point, 2 points. 1 point, 2 points. Okay, so every stone that they're pushing from behind is good for us. So at this point, the old Joseki was we respond here. Why? Because if we ignore, There's potentially that. There's this, in which case we might have to crawl again, because if we don't, well, okay, so not quite here, but you can see that the corner doesn't look super great. Then there's also, this can be Sente as well. Oh no, but this cut, but Ko. Okay, all of that exists. So potentially this turn is Sente now, but white can go here, right? It's easy. And then if we go here, boom, 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 white is absolutely alive. Even if we go here, white's alive. Even if we go here, white's alive. I think. Let's see if I remember. Let's see if I remember this. Let's see if I remember this. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Okay. So white's not alive. It was here, here. Can you ignore that one? It was, yeah, I think it was, this one was the one I was thinking of. Yeah. So you lose 2 stones for life. Okay, so this is the one you can technically ignore. But it's a lot of points. It's a lot of territory. So usually you don't. Usually you respond here. Okay, to keep the points in the corner. But if there's a big Yosei move, if you know exactly how much this is worth, which I should, but I don't, I apologize. You should know exactly how much this is worth, and then you can say, okay, this move is worth 1 point more than those 2 stones being captured. If you know that, you can ignore it. If you don't, you have to respond. Okay, so that's the idea. This one is actually super, super alive. Super alive. So you can almost get 3 Tanukis from it. Almost. But this one is very much alive. So why don't we play it? It's Sente. We get Sente. Boom. So we made it super alive, and we get Sente. So why do we not play this anymore? Because the AI informed us that this Tiger's Mouth is super solid for this right side. It's super valuable. And he's like, why on earth are you making black's thickness so strong? Because now, what does it represent? It represents control of the side. The stronger you are, the harder it is to play on the right. And the AI is super good at invading stuff. It's like, hey, if I go over here, I'm going to have a much easier time over here if black doesn't have that Tiger's Mouth. So the AI is like, why on earth are you making your opponent stronger and giving him more control? That just makes it harder to invade. Why on earth would you do that? And all of a sudden you're like, oh, why are we doing that? Why are we giving black a Tiger's Mouth? So of course we don't want to do that. But if we ignore, then this moves Sente. These moves have a lot of Sente as well. This one's Sente. So we actually have a lot of Sente. So technically we won't die. But it's important to keep those Sente moves in mind. If you lose track of them, or if you struggle with them, or you don't understand the value, another thing you can do is just push one more. And this is the kind of the same thing. Hane had a 3, and also breaks the control on the bottom. So you can push one more. It's slightly more valuable, so it's maybe negative 2 points. So the AI probably won't like it. But it's 2 points. You didn't really hurt the right all that much, because that Tiger's Mouth isn't really as big as this, is much bigger than this Nobi. And now you're super alive again, and you still get Sente. So if you really wanted to, you could push right here. Slightly bad exchange, but if you understand, hey, it's 2 points versus the amount of points I usually lose by messing up the follow-ups, like that's what it represents. Okay, and when you get stronger, you can be like, okay, I'm like 5 Dawn now. Maybe I should stop playing this move. What is a better move, right? Can I deal with those variations? And that comes with study. But understanding why, understanding what does Tanuki represent? It represents those forcing moves. Are you going to die? Probably not. But it represents all those forcing moves. Okay? And I believe this actually can get very dangerous if you're not careful. Yeah, I think you're okay. I think you're okay. But if you don't know what you're doing, you could very quickly die. So you have to be very careful with there. So usually for my students, I'm like, just go ahead and respawn one more. Because if you don't, you are likely going to lose more than 2 points. So I actually tell my students to make a bad exchange so the game is easier for themselves. But I understand it's 2 points. I'm not telling them to make this move Because this one I understand is a lot more than 2 points. That's control of an area, so it's going to be harder for them to deal with that Moyo. And if they struggle with dealing with Moyos, then why would I make them make it stronger? So no, I tell them to give them 2 points and then go deal with the Moyo. So understanding why. Understanding that why. Okay, so now we can talk about other stuff as well. So for example, what does this move represent? First off, I can just live in the corner. That is absolutely alive. Is this good? No, it is not. Yeah, you got the tiger's mouth and we got the turn. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. No, we never want that to happen. If you understand that concept, I guarantee you if you were afraid of the double hane, like I guarantee you there's some people out there that are afraid of the double hane because their opponent just lives in the corner and they're like, I don't want them to do that. But or actually on the flip side, some people are like, I don't care about the double hane because I can just live in the corner. But they don't understand how bad this is. They don't understand, oh, there's a tiger's mouth and there's the turn. They're like, I'm alive and it's Sente. I don't care. It's good for me. But what does it represent? What does it mean? It means black gets all of that. And that's why it's a bad result. Okay? And now, in emergency cases, like, for example, if you're canceling out the thickness on both sides, of course you want to live right here. If there is no thickness, if you have like all of that and like that, do you care about the thickness? Right. So of course you would pick this result now. Understanding what it represents lets you understand when you should play Q2. Because if you were just playing Joseki blindly, you might just cut and finish the Joseki even when you had all the thickness canceled out because you don't understand why you cut. And this is when you study Joseki, they say, like, don't memorize Joseki. This is exactly what I mean. Like, don't just memorize the result. Understand why the result is the result. Because you might miss a chance to just steal all the points. And the thickness means nothing if there's a bunch of stuff there. But if the thickness means something, then this is a bad move. So understanding when is this good, when is this bad. That's the why. Okay? All right, so the other Joseki, which is more common, is to cut and go here. This represents white breaking out, but black gets the corner. Okay, also white can push up, which has to do with the liberties right here. So it makes this hane into the right sente almost, like that. So your opponent can't just go here. Because then boom, boom, boom. Oops. Right. So it means you can hane in. So this one helps you get to the right side a little bit easier. So that's what that move represents. So this one represents that black gets the corner. So guess what? This double hane, you could say that this represents that I want the corner, or you're going to give me a lot more influence that I should get. That's what the double hane represents. Does that make sense? Okay, so obviously, if white has stone on both sides to cancel out the thickness, maybe you shouldn't pick this one. Maybe you should pick this one and make a base. Like, maybe you're under attack, okay, because white has canceled out all the thickness. Maybe this 3-3 was your base. But if you're just playing Joseki blindly, and you just play here, and you don't understand that it was your base, then you might play this Joseki at the wrong time. So understand why this move is a move. How does it work? What does it mean? Okay, understand that will really help you understand your Joseki choice and when not to play Joseki. Like, for example, I'm not trying to double hane that. Forget that. All right, why would you double hane? Why would you double hane right here? You need to be making a base. What are you doing? You're gonna die. Why are you playing a double hane? It doesn't make sense, right? But on this board, it makes a lot of sense. Just understand that difference, and you'll understand when not to do it. So this one we can also talk about a little bit as well. This one is representing more about Sente. So now black has the first move. because yes, white can escape, but you still have thickness, and you're pretty easily able to go over here. Also, even if you get cut a little bit, there's a lot of forcing moves here, and then you can still make your base. I'm not gonna go into this. This is a whole like new thing that you have to study. Like it's AI Josekis and stuff. Like there's a lot of stuff in there. So I'm not gonna talk about that because I think it's you're just gonna have to study the variations. But what's more important is understanding that hey, I'm aiming for Sente, and I'm still okay. That's what this represents. Now, I have seen people respond to this. This move does not make sense. Because the reason we let white on the third line instead of the second line is because white gets Sente here, but we get Sente here. Because if white ignores, we have a lot of stuff like this, and that's just oops. So it might be a ko. It's just not good, right? It's just a lot of danger for white. So of course white wants to live. And white lives in the way that gives black Aji. Okay? That makes sense. But the reason we do that and give white more than he should have gotten locally is because we want Sente. So white gets more than he should have gotten, but we get Sente for it. So this one makes sense if we're trying to get Sente instead. So we give white a little bit more breathing room, but we get Sente. So why would we respond here? This move doesn't make sense. Even then, why not go here if that was the case? Right? So it's just understanding what do your moves want? Why are you playing them this way instead of that way? Once you understand that why, the follow-ups will make a lot more sense or make less sense. Like, for example, this move, if you had no idea about any of the other stuff, looks normal. You're responding, your opponent's pushing you from behind. Why would you not do it, right? But if you understand that white is getting more than he should have gotten compared to this other result, then it doesn't make sense that we're losing Sente. But that concept only is understandable if you understand why the other moves are played. Does everyone understand that concept? Okay. Yeah, so when you study Josekis, I really want you guys to think about this. Why is one result played over the other? Do you get Sente in this one or do you get Gote? And if you get Gote versus Sente, do you get more locally? Or maybe you give up more locally for Sente. You're like, oh, I don't like ignoring this position because I have weakness here. I just want to fix that weakness. Okay, let's compare that to another variation that maybe gives you more locally but is Gote. Why would you lose Sente when there's another better variation? Okay, if a Joseki ends with you in Sente, it's probably giving you Sente for a reason. It's saying, hey, I'm giving my opponent a little bit more so I can get Sente. Also, when you're choosing a Joseki, this is what I mean. I talk about this a lot. Don't play Joseki blindly. When you're choosing, should I play here or should I play here? Well, guess what? Is there something urgent on the board? Why would you choose a Gote Joseki instead of a Sente Joseki if there's something urgent? Right? That's things to think about. When choosing your Joseki, who ends up in Sente? Why do you play one over the other? Why would you play here, over here, over here, over here? Understanding why. What is the difference? That will help you understand what's going on and also make your follow-ups much stronger. I can always tell, not always, but a lot of times I can tell how well my students understand a position by the follow-ups. So even if you play a pro-level move, if your follow-ups are not consistent with the theory, then it shows me that you don't really understand why you're playing it. So the takeaway from that is really understand the why and your follow-ups will be a lot stronger. Okay. Now, to get onto the rest of the stuff, what we want to talk about is I wanted to explain how the 3-3 works, but I also wanted to explain Tanuki and the Josekis here. So we know the double Hane. We know the old one now. We understand the old one now as well. And we know the Nobi. We also know, in very rare cases, this might be good. Not likely, but very rarely this can be good. Okay? So we should understand this one pretty well. At least to a certain extent, we should understand this one. But how does it change here? Who here knows what the result is? Like, just tell me with one word, what is the result? You guys agree?
No idea. I do this one a lot, and it always works out weird.
So, okay, R16 is another Joseki, so that is another option, but we're not going to talk about it. Oh, yeah. So this is another thing, kind of like we were talking about earlier. If you just know a shape, you don't have to read it as much. You just have to read when something affects the result. But if you just know the result, then it really helps your timing. So if you just know that this is just alive, then you know you can just do it. But if you know that this is a ko, which this is a ko, then you know that the timing for this is when this side is relevant and or when 2 moves in a row is very worthwhile. Okay? So the Joseki is here. Boom, boom, ko. This is the Joseki. If we just fix, you're dead. If you try to expand, boom, 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 you're dead. Okay? If you try to make life, you will die without external factors. So the local result is a ko. Right. Ideally, with a Knight's move, if there's no outside factors, you need to just know that the 3-3 is a ko. If you just know that, it'll really help you understand timing. And also, you won't really be afraid of it. Okay? You understand that, like, okay, my opponent can steal my corner, but I can get 2 moves in a row for it. So let's say he plays a move, I play a move, he plays. Okay, I play, he plays, I play. If 2 moves in a row are worth it, that could be very good. So why would you fear a ko if you can get 2 moves in a row? Like, understanding the result. Like, understand what it is, then you understand, okay, I can't afford a ko, so I'm going to fix. If you understand that, you can understand the timing. Okay, so just understand that this one is a ko. And then this one is dead. Let's see if I remember this. Because they're going to try to make a ko like that. But you can just reduce. And reduce. That one can live, though. So I think it's just connect. Yeah, I think that's right. And if they take false eye, you have to watch the escape routes. And if there are escape routes, sometimes you can do that. That. So even I'm struggling to remember the exact variation. I just memorize the results, and then when it happens in the game, I can just reread it because I know the shapes and patterns, and I could just figure it out in probably like a minute or two. But if I just know the result, then I don't have to waste time reading it all out, unless they do it. The only times I really read this move is if outside factors are in play. Then I double check it. But on this board, would I read this move? Absolutely not. I just know the result. And then if they play it, now I'll try to read it out. And I say, okay, do I want to play A, B, C, D? What is the best way to kill it on this board, right? But the more you can remember, the better. But take it, like, the amount of variations that are in this game, it's hard to remember every single one. But you need to be able to solve it if you're going to forget it. Otherwise, if you forget it and you mess it up, go restudy it. And this is another thing is, like, if you play this and you can't kill it, go restudy it. Okay? And you restudy it as many times as you have to until you can just kill it every time. And then also keep a track of the external stones. Okay, Now let's talk about this move. I always kind of yell at my students for playing this move instead. They're like, oh, but it gets more points. It's bigger. But no, now the 3/3's alive. That's a huge difference. The Joseki here is like this. Atari. There. Yes, black gets a tiger's mouth. But black had 2 stones and still couldn't kill the 3/3. Here, it makes sense that the tiger's mouth is bad. Here, white has no choice. Here, white had other options, but white doesn't here. And you can kill the stone right here. This is a net. So this is a net. So white can just live. There's no way to kill it. This is absolutely alive. This is absolutely alive. No way to kill it. So, why would you just let white live in the 3/3 instead of making it a ko? And this is something a lot of my students struggle with. They're like, oh, but it looks bigger. But you just gave white a free corner with your own move. Okay? Yeah, it's a lot of people do this. And you should be happy. Now, I'm not telling you to invade immediately. That might be wrong timing. But when this area becomes relevant, bad shapes lead to easier ways for you to deal with it. So before, the 3/3 was a little bit of a scary option. But once the top right becomes relevant, the 3/3 is not nearly as bad of an option. So you just wait for the proper timing, and it'll punish itself. So even though it looks like they're getting more, they're really getting less if they don't understand why. So the idea behind this one is saying I'm putting more emphasis on the influence than the corner. That's what it means. But I really suggest that you just play this one. It's just, you need to understand this one first and then learn styles about when and why to play this one. But if you don't even understand the difference that this is live and this is a ko, then you can't understand the differences between these two. So that's why I recommend just play Knight's move and learn all the variations. Okay? So, again, we're running a little bit low on time. So I will go ahead and just say it one more time. Alive. Double Hane. And you get the corner. Here. You can get Sentai. Here is an old one, so it's not really played anymore. But you can get thickness. Maybe here. If you want. That's Clossi optional. You lose is -2 points for a little bit more security, but that's another one. Black does get a lot of thickness, but white does get Sentai. So those are the pros and cons of that one. It's a little bit outdated though. Most people double Hane or just Nobi. Okay, so that one just lives. This one is a ko. That is a ko. And this is just life, but black gets the tiger's mouth. All right. Make sense?
Yeah.
Question time. Anyone have any questions? If you just say locally, it's going to be good for black because black had 2 stones to 1. But you also have to think about, when you think about these results, you have to think about timing as well. So it's not about if it's good for black or not. It's about if white chose the right time to do it. The problem is black did give white the option to just make life. So if you got something for that, like more influence, then that's fine. But if you don't understand those reasons, then you won't understand the proper time to defend the 3/3. And you also won't understand the proper time to invade. So whenever you see this, you really just need to understand the result. But you can't really say something's good or bad for one or the other, especially in a when someone started outnumbered. So if you're just looking locally, that's 2 stones to 1 stone. Of course it's going to be good for black. It has to be good for black. That black was outnumbering white 2 to 1. It has to be good for black. If it's not, then it's really good for white because black wasted a move. However, if white does this at the proper timing, globally, this might be good for white. So you have to take the entire board into account when you think about that. But locally, it's good for black, but white lives in the corner. This move is optional, but if you want solid thickness, just killing the cutting zone is nice. But technically, it's optional. So even Sente, you're not even sure about. It depends on the board. The result depends on the board. You just need to know white makes life, black gets thickness. That's the result. And then you just say if it's good or bad, depending on the board. Make sense? Not really. I think most people play the Knight's move. It's just, why would you do it? It's the theory behind this. I'm not positive because I don't live in Asia, but I think the theory behind this was the star point doesn't want the corner, so we want more influence.
That makes sense.
In theory, it makes sense, but in application, it's really hard to say. And I think AI also agrees that this is better. So it made sense. Yeah, it makes sense in theory, but theory is not an exact science. So until theory can beat AI, we have to take the AI's opinion on this a little bit more. But for now, if you see this in old games, just what it means is they were trying to apply the theory that Starpoint doesn't want the corner, Starpoint wants influence. But I guarantee you they knew that the 3/3 lived. And also, sometimes you'll see that they come back and play this move. And then the timing that they do that is also important. Understanding what timing do they make this move, right? So yeah, just, it's not that the move doesn't exist, and it's not that the move was never played. It's just not modern. And maybe in like another 10 to 20 years, maybe people will try it again. Like maybe someone will be like, oh, I can beat the AI with this theory, and this move helps that theory. Then yeah, they might do it, and it might become popular, and everyone will start playing it. Because that's how Go works. Just like he's changed like every 10 years. But if you don't understand why, then you're just going to copy the pros, and like you'll go from playing this to playing this, like the pros, but you won't understand why the change happened. Which, how many people know this shape? This, I absolutely hate my students playing this shape because it shows the exact principle that I just explained. They don't even understand what a Shamari is. Why are you playing this one? How could you possibly know how this one works compared to the Shamari if you don't even understand the Shamari? Yeah, so yeah, don't copy without understanding. And how many? And I'm sure you guys watch a lot of my lessons on stuff. How many double-digit Qs did I tell not to play this move?
Every single one of them.
Yes, because 99% of the time, the follow-up was wrong. It was something like this crap. And I'm like, why are you playing this? Just play this directly then. Then you have that move instead of this move. Like, why would you do that? Because they copy strong players without understanding why. Okay, and for the last 4 minutes, do you guys understand why you would do this over this?
Well, you said that beyond a certain level, if you play that, it's too good for somebody, right?
So, no, you don't know why. But yeah, technically you're correct, but if you can't tell me who it's good for, blah, blah, blah. This one is probably more relevant, so let's look at this one. White has A, B, and C at least, and sometimes even D. But white has a lot of options here, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But now let's look at how many options does white have here? Likely just one. There you go. That's the reason. It's because white has a lot of options, so white can play more flexibly depending on the rest of the board. So this one makes it more controlled, so you can control the result more. That's why I'm like, don't worry about it until single digit Q. Because double digit Qs, they're not going to be playing this crap. I never see a double digit Q play this move. Even though this move's better, because influence and something like that or like that. The influence is really nice. Star points want influence for the corner. Corners, you're surrounded on both sides, and you have a lot of influence. That's perfectly fine. That's pretty good. But every single time I see them play this, and this result is really bad for white, because who controlled the left? Yeah, white controlled the left, and yet black lives with perfect shape? No. I'm not letting my opponent live with perfect shape on my side of the board. I'll take Sente first before I let that happen. Right? So this one is more about limiting white's control over you. So this one is more obvious. But that's basically what this move represents, is you're limiting the options to get a more controlled result. So you don't give white as much flexibility. That's all it is. It's understanding that why. But one thing I really don't want you to do is play something like this where you just copy a pro without understanding why, especially if you don't know the follow-ups. You're like, I know this is the move. I don't know what to do next. Then don't freaking play it. Like, this is worse than if you had just played here. This move is even more cramped. You can do other stuff. It's like you played here, I played here, and then you played here. Why would you make that exchange and just lose the corner? You just give white points. So why would you make a bad exchange instead of playing a simpler Joseki that you can follow up? And technically that theory can be applied to middle game too. Why are you playing such complex shapes and patterns when you can't follow them up? Instead, play the simple patterns, learn the follow-ups to those first, and then add on one complex pattern at a time as you understand the follow-ups better. That's what I mean about making the game simpler for yourself. This is the exact concept, is why would you play this one when you can't follow it up instead of playing this one that you can follow up? Yes, this one is slightly worse than this one in modern theory, but why would you make the game harder for yourself? Like, let's say this one is maybe minus 1 or 2 points. Well, if you don't know the follow-ups of this one, you're going to lose more than 2 points. It's the same with the middle game. Maybe one shape is 1 point better than another, or maybe even 2 points better than another. But if the follow-ups, you end up making a mistake, that you end up messing up the follow-ups and you lose 10 points, why are you even bothering worrying about 1 point? You need to play stuff that you can follow up so you don't lose 10 or 20 points. And that's... Yep. Yeah, so single digit Q, I recommend you play this. It's at double digit Q that I recommend you play this. Yeah. So I always tell my double digit Q students, never play this. Because every single time, 99% of the time, somebody messes it up. One of the two players will mess it up, 99% of the time. At least in the games that I have seen. So just play this one, right? But single digit Qs, okay, now you're strong enough to remember the follow-ups. Okay, and that's also why I teach certain shapes at certain levels. Like I teach the capping move and shoulder hit. A good example of that is I teach you should jump right here at double digit Q, but you should play a diagonal at single digit Q. Why? Because at double digit Q, you're just playing defense. At single digit Q, you're preventing this connection while playing defense. But if you don't know the connection exists, why are you going one line smaller? Understand why will make the follow-ups make more sense. But if you don't understand why, or the follow-ups are too complex for your level, then just play a simpler shape. And a good way to catch yourself on this is if you're looking on like AI Sensei and you're finding like 15-point mistakes which are usually the complex follow-ups. If you had gone back a few moves and played the simpler shapes, but the AI is like, oh, that's negative 2 points. Who cares? You made a negative 10-point move 5 moves later. Why are you worried about 2 points when you were trying to fix 10 points? It's why I tell you, like, slide the scale to, like, 15 points, fix those. Then slide it to 10 points, fix those. Then you can slide it to 5 points and start worrying about those. But don't even worry about, like, 5 points or less. That's like 5 Don plus. Like I still make mistakes more than 5 points. I think right now I'm like at like 100 moves, maybe 80 to 100 moves that I can make without making more than 5 points. But even if I get into a complex fight, I'll still make more than 5 point mistakes. So even like I'm struggling with that as well. But I'm a Don player, and you guys can be as strong as me if you focus on the big mistakes. So don't focus on like 5 point mistakes. Focus on like 20 point mistakes, then 15 point mistakes, and then 10 point mistakes. Okay? Understand why you play a Joseki over another Joseki. Why do you what is the result of the 3-3, which we got a little bit off topic at the end, but what is the result of the 3-3? Why do you respond? Why do you pick one over the other? Why would you play a Knight's move instead of a large Knight's move? Why did you play the double Hane instead of a Nobi? Understand why will really help you understand what follow-ups to play or what timing to play it. Make sense? All right. So we are out of time. So hopefully you guys did find that lecture helpful. As always, thanks for showing up and being a part of the class. I'm going to continue keeping the classes free for now because it's kind of the only thing that I'm doing. They will be becoming patron only in the eventually, but because I'm only streaming on Wednesdays now for the Clossi approach, I'm gonna keep these free for a little bit longer. I don't have time to focus on patroning it up and everything else. Streams, I know some of you didn't realize there was a stream today. That was because I canceled all but one of the streams, which is just the Clossi approach and the lecture and the class. That is because my wife is unfortunately injured and I have to drive her to work and help her around her work. So I'm just not doing the stuff that's not paid for. So the lessons and the classes are happening, and the Clossi approach is just to advertise my classes, and she also is taking Wednesdays off to allow me to do that. But Tuesdays, Thursdays, I have to like take her to work, and my office is like an hour away from her work, and I just need to focus on taking care of her until she heals. That will be several more weeks. She has to go through physical therapy for her leg, and we have to start doing yoga and stuff, so that'll be fun. But it'll be a few more weeks. But once she's healed and everything's back to normal, I will start streaming again as per like I was. But just to keep you guys in the loop of what's going on. So yeah, hopefully it'll just be a few weeks. But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take care of my wife before I start doing the game reviews on stream. But the lessons are still happening because that is my income. So I am still doing those. The supporters chat, I'm still trying to post those as soon as I can. Buzzsaw, I did see yours. I got them. I did track them down and upload them. I just have to share them. But I am working through what I can. But I also can't really do a lot because I'm at her work a lot now. So I'm doing what I can. But the paid for stuff is still happening. I just can't do the free stuff as much anymore. At least for a while.
Great lesson today. Very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that, and thanks for stopping by. And hopefully I will see you guys next Wednesday.
Bye bye.
All right, have a good one.